The Ark of the Covenant is described in the book of Exodus as a golden chest containing the tablets of stone on which the Ten Commandments were inscribed. It was kept at the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem until 587 BC, when it disappeared. But where did it go?
The hunt for the Ark of the Covenant is probably one of the greatest treasure hunts of all time.
The Ark of the Covenant really is the ultimate treasure quest, and people are still fascinated with that. Where are we going to find it? I think the Ark of the Covenant is still there in Ethiopia.
The Ark had three basic uses. One, it's where you kept the word of God. Two, it's where God lived. So as you go into battle, it's quite intimidating to be taking God with you. Three, to quote the great line in Indiana Jones, it's a telephone to God.
If this Ark was ever actually seen and could be proved to be the Ark of the Covenant, this would be the biggest archaeological find ever.
It's highly probable that the Ark of the Covenant could still be around somewhere if only its hiding place could be found.
The Ark of the Covenant is a golden chest described in the Bible as containing the tablets of stone on which the Ten Commandments were inscribed, as well as Aaron's rod, a jar of manna, and the first Torah scroll. Moses was given very specific instructions by God on how to build it, as he and the Israelites were camped at the foot of Mount Sinai. It was to be made of shittim wood, plated entirely with gold, with a solid golden lid bearing two cherubim, which were to be placed on top, and then two wooden poles were used to carry it.
For me, one of the biggest stories about the Ark of the Covenant is how specific the instructions are that Moses was given by God, not only for the tabernacle of where the Ark was going to sit, but for the Ark itself. So the Bible is just full of allegory and archetypes, broad, sweeping stories. But here's one that has really specific dimensions.
The instructions that God gave Moses are particularly detailed, both in dimension and in shape. And they go down to the very nearest centimetre, so that following those instructions, as we have them in the Bible, it would be possible to reconstruct a copy of the Ark which would be indistinguishable from the original.
There's a very good description of it in the Bible. It tells you the size is 150 by 80 by 80. It's covered in gold. It's got 4 loops on the bottom with poles that are also covered in gold going through it and some cherubs on the top. So we've got a good description of what it looks like. Now, from an archaeological point of view, it's the greatest treasure we could ever find.
It was a functional object. The idea was he'd come down from Mount Sinai with these tablets, with the laws, the Ten Commandments on them, and they needed to carry them around. What do you do when you want to carry something around? You make a box. So he has the box, they put the things in, and put in Aaron's staff, and they carry it with them. Very, very sensible. So I'm quite certain that the story of the Ark of the Covenant does have meaning. The question is, was it really the magical object that they claim it was? And has it survived to the present day?
When Solomon's temple was built in Jerusalem around 800 BC, a special inner room, named the Holy of Holies, was constructed to house the Ark and the Ten Commandments which were placed inside. But in 587 BC, when the Babylonians sacked Jerusalem and Solomon's temple, there's no record of what became of the Ark of the Covenant.
Has the Ark survived to this day? And I think it's possible if it was being looked after. If it was being left buried underground, perhaps under Jerusalem in one of the flooded tunnels, well, I think it's very unlikely. The wood would have rotted away. The gold might still be there to be collected. There might still be the angels Perhaps the stones inside it might still be there.
Gold is really resilient. Now, there's no reason why that couldn't have survived to this day. Granted, the wood would have been a bit, 3,000-year-old wood is going to erode, but there's still a strong possibility. And look what you see in the Cairo Museum with all these wood chests coated in gold. It's the same sort of thing, and they look damn good today.
I think the Ark of the Covenant really existed as a real historical item. We definitely see examples of this from ancient Egypt, of boxes that exactly fit the description that we see described in the Bible.
The actual Ark of the Covenant could possibly have survived, partly because the whole thing is covered in gold. And if you want to preserve something, the best way to do it, cover it in gold. The gold will not degrade in any way. So if anything's going to survive from biblical times, it's going to be the Ark of the Covenant.
It's one of the greatest mysteries of all time, the final resting place of the Ark of the Covenant. But where is it? Well, perhaps one of the strongest claims is that 2,500 years ago it was brought to this country, Ethiopia, and that it remains here today.
It's supposed to be everywhere. It's supposed to be in Roslin Chapel. It's supposed to be at Rennes-le-Château. It was in Egypt. All these famous places, and yet the amazing thing is that there's every possibility that it could be in little old Ethiopia.
Some historians claim that Babylon was in fact Abyssinia, the kingdom of the Queen of Sheba, today's Ethiopia, and that when they sacked Jerusalem, they brought the Ark of the Covenant there. For centuries, Ethiopian Christians have claimed that the Ark does rest in a small chapel in the northern town of Axum. They say it was brought there thousands of years ago and has been guarded by a succession of monks who, once anointed, are forbidden to set foot outside the chapel grounds until they die. Now, according to the ancient Ethiopian text, the Kebra Nagast, the Queen of Sheba had a son with King Solomon. That son was called Menelik. Now, when Menelik was old enough, he went to Jerusalem to visit his father. And according to the Kebra Nagast, whilst he was there, he swapped the original Ark of the Covenant with a replica and brought the original here to Ethiopia. Now, it sounds like the script from a Hollywood movie, but is it true?
Well, the outline of the story of Queen Makeda, the Queen of Sheba, who visited Solomon, that they were romantically involved, as a result of which Makeda found herself pregnant. The son that she bore when she had returned to Ethiopia was named Menelik, which means the son of the wise man, and that he, when he grew up, went to Jerusalem at his father's invitation and was given a replica of the Ark to take home with him. However, on the way back, he discovered from one of his companions that the replica had been left in Jerusalem and that what they were carrying to Ethiopia was the real Ark of the Covenant from Solomon's temple.
When the Babylonians were sacking Jerusalem, and of course they destroyed Solomon's temple, I think if it was there in the first place, that Menelik could well have taken it, rescued it, and taken it first to Egypt and then to Ethiopia.
I went to meet Ethiopian historian Daniel Kibret, who's an expert on the Ark's history. we met in a cafe in the capital, Addis Ababa. So, do you believe the Ark of the Covenant is here in Ethiopia?
So I believe that it's in Ethiopia, basically because of a historical document that was written in the 13th century. And that was a book called in Ethiopic, the Kibra Negest, the Glory of Kings. So that book says that the Ark of the Covenant was removed from Jerusalem by the son of King Solomon, who later became an Ethiopian king. And then he brought the Ark to Ethiopia, and first he placed it in the Lake Tana area, in one of the islands. Then eventually it was taken to Aksum.
But as far as I'm aware, there are replicas of the Ark of the Covenant in all Ethiopian churches, right?
Yeah, there are replicas, but what kind of replicas? They are not replicas in shape, size, and material. They are replicas symbolically. So in form they differ, because the ark that is found in one church differs in size, in shape, in material from another church. But the arks that are found in several churches, they are believed to perform the same kind of activity, miracle, whatever, that the original Ark of the Covenant performs.
Okay, so these replicas of the Ark, they're absolutely vitally important.
They are as important
Christians
as the actual Ark of the Covenant for the Ethiopian Christians.
So there's a very strong belief in the Ark of the Covenant with Christians here.
Definitely. All Christians, since time immemorial, believe the Ark of the Covenant is kept in Aksum. But nobody has seen it, But even in the absence of a person who has seen it, a person who has observed it, people believe in it strongly.
Every Ethiopian church possesses one or more symbolic replicas of the Ark of the Covenant. They're called tabots, and they're paraded on the heads of the priests on special holy days. In fact, they're just ancient wooden boxes which contain replicas of the Ten Commandments in stone. The British writer Graham Hancock suggests that the Ark spent several years in Egypt before being brought down the Nile to Ethiopia, where it arrived here on this island in Lake Tana. Now, it spent several hundred years here before finally being moved to Aksum. Life on Tana Kirkos hasn't changed much for centuries. There are a number of priests, holy men, and other religious figures on the island. About 30 men in total, and they live completely cut off from modern society. No electricity, no phones, and very little contact with the outside world. But when I explained my quest to them, they gave me permission to visit. The high priest, known as Gabriel, agreed to show me around. There are a number of houses and other buildings dotted around the small island, as well as the main church, which is said to date back several centuries. Hello. And so is the church through here?
The church, 5 minutes.
Right, okay.
Go. And this is monk house.
And this is where the Ark of the Covenant was kept, right?
Yeah, Ark of the Covenant, before Jesus Christ, lived in this island, above 800 years.
For 800 years?
Yeah.
It was here?
Yeah.
Wow. So there were sacrifices here on this island?
Yeah.
What kind of sacrifices?
Sacrifice sheep and goats.
Sheep and goat sacrifice?
Yeah, sheep and goat sacrifice.
Okay, so this is a very holy place here.
Holy of holy.
Holy of holy, the holiest of holy.
Yeah, yes.
Really?
Yeah.
And how long has there been a monastery here? For how?
This monastery in Ethiopia, oldest monastery.
The oldest?
Yeah, oldest monastery. Because this monastery, before Jesus Christ, 800, about 800 years. In Ethiopian, beer.
Beer?
Yeah, yeah.
To drink?
Yeah.
Oh, so do you make beer here?
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you? What's your beer like?
Yeah, in Amharic, jesho.
Is it nice?
Yeah, yeah.
It's very good.
Beer in alcoholic.
Okay. Okay, you must have some fun times here. This way?
This way.
Okay. The priest agreed to show me the exact spot where the ark was placed, and sacrifices were made to it thousands of years ago.
Okay, Mister, this place, before Jesus Christ, Ark of a Covenant by Jewish peoples from Jerusalem, Israel, came from this highland and live and put in this area, Ark of a Covenant.
This was where the Ark of the Covenant was kept?
Yes. And
right here?
Yeah, like this here. 1, 3, 4, 5,
so they kept,
long. Yes.
So they attached it?
Yes,
it was
yes, this one, this one. Yes.
So the Ark of the Covenant sat here?
Yes.
And it was a box, what, like this big?
Yeah.
And how high?
Yeah, big. Fetus, and this one, big.
And his feet sat in these grooves?
Yeah, this one, this and this feet, legs of box.
Yeah. That's amazing.
Yeah, and sacrifice in this.
In here?
Yeah. Yes.
Can we have a look?
Yeah.
So the Ark of the Covenant was here.
Yes.
And then they sacrificed animals.
This one. This one, blood sacrifice in this stone.
Okay. The priest showed me where on the stones the sheep and goats were ritually sacrificed thousands of years ago in front of the ark. I've read the books, I've seen the films, but it's pretty amazing to think that I'm standing here where the Ark of the Covenant once was. It's an amazing position with the lake and in front of one of the oldest churches in Africa. It is a fascinating story. But is it true? According to the Bible, the ark could be a powerful weapon. When it was carried into the River Jordan, it said that the waters parted. And when the ark was paraded around the walls of the city of Jericho, they were shaken to the ground.
If we follow the history of the Ark into battle situations or an inadvertent touching of it when it was being carried across the river by a man who meant no harm but was struck dead, I think that some of the descriptions might lead us to believe that there were plates of metal rather like a very high-powered battery. So perhaps if the Ark was technology rather than magic, but technology from the Lord alone knows where, then it might have been able to give out electric shocks.
I could imagine if you were carrying an ark out in the sunlight, bright sunlight, in the Middle East, you're going to get a high charge on that ark. And if someone comes out who's earthed and touches it, he's going to get one hell of an electric shock, which could kill him, could possibly stop his heart. So there could be some truth in that story.
the priest said that they still had relics from the time that the Ark was here on the island, which he said had been left by the high priests when it was taken up to Axum over 2,000 years ago. Today, they're locked away in a heavily padlocked storeroom. So these items in here came with the Ark
Yeah.
over 2,000 years ago.
Yes, yes. By Jewish peoples.
There appears to be archaeological evidence to support the oral tradition that the Ark of the Covenant went to Ethiopia, to the island at Tana Kirkos. But in recent times, the priests have shown that they have a breastplate that they claim came with the Ark of the Covenant. So they have Jewish artifacts and relics, which, if nothing else, indicate that relics from antiquity, from the Jewish community, made their way to this remote island in Ethiopia.
This one is the first priest sacrifice like built this one in the shoulder. This one in this one.
yeah. So this is like a breastplate.
Yes, a plate.
So the priest would have worn this during the ceremonies.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this came with the Ark of the Covenant, same time.
Yes.
So this is how old?
Before Jesus Christ, above 800 years.
800 years BC.
BC, yes.
Wow. Okay. It's very old.
And this one plants the blood sacrifice.
So this dish would have been used during the ceremony.
Yeah.
So this collected blood?
Yeah, blood sacrifice.
Blood in here.
In here, blood in Ark of the Covenant, blood in 18th.
Right. And this is made of, is it iron?
Bronze.
Bronze.
Yes.
Bronze. This actual bowl came with the Ark of the Covenant from Jerusalem to Ethiopia.
Ethiopia, yeah. Tana Kirkos Monastery by sacrifice, blood sacrifice.
So when the Ark left here for Axum, why were these items left behind?
They're without not sacrifice in Christianity.
Oh, okay. So no sacrifices because Christianity had already started, so this is why they weren't needed.
Now, part of the story coming from Tana Kirkos is that the Ark was brought there from Elephantine and it rested there for centuries before being taken on to Axum. Now, the fact that the other relics are still there, it's rather as if an important visitor had come, had taken off his hat and coat, and had then gone away again, leaving the hat and coat behind.
So is this the same age as the Ark of the Covenant?
Yes.
Same time?
Yeah.
And it came with the Ark here to the island?
Yes.
That's incredible. Wow. I thought he'd finished showing me the relics when he disappeared into the back of the hut and started rummaging around. And what he produced was truly unexpected.
By 18 times.
Wow. So this is like a trumpet.
Yeah.
A trumpet.
Trumpet.
And the priest would have blown these.
The first priest.
Now, I've seen depictions of these. The priests
Yes.
would have blown these when the ark arrived. Yeah. That is extraordinary. And so this would have come with the Ark of the Covenant from Jerusalem.
Yeah.
So this is proper Jewish history right here.
Yes.
Can I try?
You can.
That's not bad. It's good, huh?
Yeah.
Better than you.
They also have these ancient trumpets, and the trumpets that were used, of course, to bring down the walls of Jericho. So they have the sort of artifacts that you would expect to come along from Solomon's temple into Egypt and back into Ethiopia. So it's quite curious indeed, and when you're in their presence, it is rather convincing.
Well, I wasn't quite sure what to expect coming here, but talking to the priest, who's absolutely passionate about it, and seeing the sacrificial stones and the relics here, and the place in the rock where the Ark of the Covenant was kept. It's not evidence, obviously, but it's a fantastic story.
The next morning, I set off for Axum in Ethiopia's northern highlands. 2,000 years ago, this journey would have taken months going up the Nile. Today, it's just a 45-minute flight.
Ethiopian Christians claim that the Ark of the Covenant, or the Tabot, as they call it, rests in this church of Our Lady Mary of Zion here in the small town of Axum. Now, they claim that the Ark arrived here nearly 3,000 years ago and is now guarded by a succession of priests who, once sworn in, are forbidden to ever leave this compound. It really is a fantastic story, but is it true?
I think that there's every possibility that although this Ark of the Covenant is certainly well over 3,000 years old, the fact that it was made of rather hard wood, gold and all manner of other things, it could have survived. It certainly wouldn't have rotted away. Gold wouldn't.
The Ethiopians claim that they have the real Ark is interesting. I mean, basically, they take it to Axum in the northern highlands and build a special purpose church for it. It's a nice story. There's some archaeology that might support it, but will we ever know? No one's allowed to see it.
If it is in Ethiopia, then it's in a church in Axum, and it is guarded by a guardian monk. One monk that stays there for life. He is not allowed out of the place. He is not allowed to see it himself. He prays to it. He is fed in the building, and he is the sole guardian of that amazing relic.
The chief high priest in Axum agreed to meet with me and tell me why they believe that the real, original Ark of the Covenant was here in this sanctuary.
እንዴት እንደመጣ ቀደም ሲል በዘመነ ነገስታት ከክርስቶስ ልደት ወደ 1000 ገደማ ዓመታት በነበረ ዘመን ነው። በንጉሥ ሰሎሞን ቀዳማዊ ምኒልክ የተባለ ኢትዮጵያዊ ከሰሎሞን የተወለደ ኢየሩሳሌም አባቱን ጠይቅ ሄዶ ታቦተ ጽዮንን አስይዞ ሰደደው። ታቦተ ጽዮን በፈቃዷ ወደ ኢትዮጵያ መጥታለች። ብዙ ከሷ ጋራ ብዙ ሌዋውያን ብዙም ቤተ መንግስት አጃዎች ይዘዋት እንደመጡ አባይን ተከትለው መጡ ተብሎ ይነገራል። ከዛን ጀምራ ግን መኖሪያዋ ቤት ሆነ በአክሱም አካባቢ አሁን በምትገኝበት ቦታ እስከ ዛሬ ድረስ ትኖራለች ማለት ነው። ምን ያህል ቅዱስማ እጅግ ቅዱስ ታቦት በመሰረቱ ቅዱስ ነው። ይህች ደግሞ በሙሴ እጅ የተቀረጸችና የመጀመሪያ ቅርጽ ስለሆነች ከሁሉም በላይ ሆና ትታያለች። ታቦት ሲባል የእግዚአብሔር ማደሪያ እግዚአብሔር የቀደሰው ስለሆነ ቅዱስ ነው በሙሉ። ሆኖም ግን እቺ የመጀመሪያ እግዚአብሔር ለሙሴ የሰጠው ክብር በሙሴ እጅ የተቀረጸች እንደመሆኗ መጠን ክብር ከሁሉ ይዛ ትገኛለች። ታላቁ ቅርስ ናት፣ ሕይወትም ናት። እግዚአብሔር በእሷ አድሮ ይኖራል ብለን እንላለን። ዕለት ዕለት ምስጋና ቀንም ሌሊትም የማይለያት በልዩ ቦታ ተቀምጣ እንደምታዩት ከኋላችን ያለችው በልዩ ቦታ ሰው የማይደርስበት ማለት ከአንድ ቅዱስ ሰው የተመረጠ ሰው አጣኝ ካልሆነ በስተቀር እንደዚሁ ለሌላውን እንደው ተግበስብሶ የማይገባባት ተከብራ ትኖራለች።
You have to wonder if the Ark is truly an Axum, because when you look at it, what are they guarding? They're guarding a tradition. They're guarding national pride. If they were guarding the greatest relic on earth, don't you think they'd have more than one bloke standing there looking proud? I mean, I could storm the Church of Zion and take the Ark of the Covenant. I'm sure of it. So it's not well protected. Westminster Abbey, that's protected. Church of Zion and Axum, I think they're celebrating a tradition. I don't really think they believe they have the Ark.
In Ethiopia, we are told that the Ark now resides in the Church of Our Mary of Zion in Axum, and that the guardian, who never leaves the church, there he is, in front of the church, in front of the Holy of Holies, guarding this, and that nobody else is allowed to see it. Now, maybe nobody else is allowed to see it because it's simply too holy and nobody else is worthy apart from the guardian. Or maybe nobody else is allowed to see it because it doesn't exist.
Maybe they actually had a replica of the Ark, and maybe they kept replica tablets of stone in it. And I can imagine that when the Jews are becoming, there's some kind of persecution going on, which happens periodically, in Egypt, they could easily decide they've got to go south, head down, through Sudan and end up in Ethiopia, bringing their Ark with them. I personally think it's very doubtful that that is the same Ark that Moses had made, more than 1,000 years earlier and put his stones in, that had then later been brought down all the way down to Ethiopia. I think that's very unlikely. Not impossible, but very unlikely. But I do think they may well have a relic that is old and that looks like an Ark and has stones in it with the laws written on them. But I think it's a replica.
We have the Ark housed in this treasury building in this remote area. And, people that have gone and visited have said, it's not particularly extraordinary. If we had an extraordinary box kept in the middle of nowhere, wouldn't it be in a more secure or aggrandized place instead of just, guarded by monks in the middle of nowhere? So really, I find it not very plausible. Perhaps it was a copy. Perhaps what they have is an actual artifact that's a copy of the original Ark of the Covenant. But the likelihood that it's the original Ark, I really find problematic.
It is still the most holiest and respected object as it is. It is the most precious object in history. It's something that has been used by God for the communication of the people, between his people and himself. The manifestation of God always occurred around the Ark.
On the 25th of June 2009, the Patriarch of the Orthodox Christian Church here in Ethiopia, Abune Paulos, announced that he was to reveal the Ark of the Covenant to the outside world. However, it seems the next day he had changed his mind and said he wasn't going to show it, but confirmed that it was to be kept safe and secure here in Axum.
The strength of it being in the church in Axum is so strong because every church in Ethiopia has what's called a tablet, which is actually a replica of the Ark of the Covenant, or at least the slabs the Ten Commandments were written on. They believe it to such an extent that they parade them through the streets for every religious festival that they have. Faith is an amazing thing.
The Axum story is the most probable, and I would not be in the least surprised if at some future date those with the expert scientific knowledge to say yay or nay would find that the Ark in Axum is the one from Solomon's Temple.
In order to uncover the real truth behind the mystery of the Ethiopian Ark, I tracked down one of the priests in Axum, Michael Kabede, to ask him a few questions. Michael, I've spent a long time trying to find the Ark of the Covenant. Tell me, where is the Ark?
The Ark of the Covenant is in here, in the blue window.
Right here?
Yes, right here.
And have you seen it?
No. No, only one monk.
Okay.
Is, to see the Ark of the Covenant.
So only one man is allowed to see it?
Yes.
Can I see it?
No.
The fact that in Ethiopia they have probably one of the most famous relics on the planet. You go to Lincoln Cathedral or you go to Westminster Abbey and you are surrounded by officials, by guides, by volunteers. You're not allowed to stand there, you mustn't touch that, you mustn't... And yet, there in Ethiopia, there is one guy who probably is very old by now, all alone, guarding the most sacred relic on the planet? Do you really think so? I'm not so sure.
It's a bit like the Grail Keeper. In British mythology, there's one guardian of the Grail, and when he dies, another one takes his place. And as long as he's the guardian, he's not allowed out of the precincts of that church for the rest of his life.
It does seem the way that it's apparently just stood there, rather like a wheelbarrow in a garden shed, rather than having any great air of sanctity about it, or a great cordon of guardsmen surrounding it, or a cordon of priests around it. We have this one lonely monk who might just as well be guarding a box of spring bulbs.
In 2009, the Patriarch said he was going to reveal the Ark of the Covenant to the world. Is that true?
No.
No?
No. At that time, of course, in 2009, in a meeting in the Holiness Paul in Italy, the Italian journalist, translate from English to Italy.
Oh, so it was mistranslated?
Yes, mistranslation.
Oh, so
the Ark of the Covenant is, never
going to be shown?
Yes.
Okay.
The translation misses.
But if it's just there behind that curtain,
yes,
we could prove now, beyond all doubt, that it is definitely in there.
Yes.
If we just had a little look.
No.
You could just maybe show me a little.
No. I told you in the beginning, nobody is not allowed the Ark of the Covenant.
Okay.
I will be asked one question for you, Jen. Have you seen the sun?
Have I seen the sun?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
No.
To see the sun is, too difficult because your eye is, blind.
I see. So
7 times the power of the sun. 7 times.
Yeah. Oh, the Ark of the Covenant is 7 times more powerful than the sun.
Yes, 7 times more powerful than the sun.
The biggest problem with the Ethiopian claim is that nobody has seen the Ark. They say they've got it, so where is it? They haven't even shown photographs of it. They haven't shown their grand people. They haven't shown Haile Selassie or Mussolini. Basically, they stand in front of it and say, you can't come and look at it. It leads one to suspect that actually it does not exist.
Although the Ethiopian Orthodox Church has so far refused to show it to anyone, they say that the story about the Ark coming to their country is fact, and that this little church in Axum does house the holiest of holy relics, which Menelik stole from Jerusalem. Admitting it actually wasn't there would undermine over 2,000 years of history.
Do you think that whatever he brought back is here today?
I believe whatever is brought here, not only the Ark of the Covenant, everything, it's kept secret. What makes the Ethiopian church unique is that everything is always kept a secret from the followers, the Christians, even from the priests too. So it might be here, not necessarily in Axum.
There are so many different theories about the last resting place of the Ark, whether it went to Babylon, whether Titus took it to Rome. Whoever conquered Jerusalem was credited with having taken it. But of all the possibilities, the one that I find most probable is that it rests in Axum.
The big question is the Ark still in Ethiopia? Or has it gone? There are two theories. Number one, the Knights Templar, of course, in the 13th century, they definitely went to Ethiopia. There are definitely crosses, Templar crosses on some of the churches, and there is a possibility they were certainly looking for something, and they may well have taken it with them, and it may be in Scotland. The other possibility is in the 1970s, the Israelis were actually airlifting a lot of the black Jews, falashas, taking them out of the country, and they may well have taken something else with them.
As long as it's a mystery, as long as nobody's actually touching it, looking at it, measuring it, carbon dating it, doing all the things that would be done by archaeologists if they actually had the Ark in their possession, then the mystery lives on.
The truth is, it's too late for the Ethiopian church to retract and say, actually, it's not here. It's part of their annual procession. It's embedded in their national pride. That's what they're celebrating, the tradition that it once could have been there. It's too late for them to pony up and say, actually, no, it's no longer here.
We really have four possibilities of where the Ark of the Covenant could be today. The first possibility would be that the Babylonians sacked Jerusalem and took it. The second possibility would be that the Romans took it when they sacked Jerusalem. The third possibility is that the Ark of the Covenant is still under Jerusalem, lost under the rubble and bits underneath the structures of the tunnels. And the fourth possibility would be that it's in Ethiopia.
If only we could get permission for scientists with modern equipment, carbon dating items, etc., to look at the object in Axum, I think we would be able to verify at least the age and the constituents of that mysterious box.
So, is the Ark of the Covenant really here in the highlands of Ethiopia? Well, the religious authorities absolutely claim that it is, but I guess that depends on what Menelik really brought back from Jerusalem. Was it the Ark, or was it a copy, or some other religious icon? Whatever the real story is, the fact remains that to over 50 million Ethiopian Christians, it's the absolute cornerstone of their belief. And who's to judge that? I'll see you next time. Did Adolf Hitler die in a bunker under Berlin at the end of the Second World War? Or did he escape to Argentina with his wife, Eva Braun, where they lived out the rest of their lives in the foothills of Patagonia? It sounds like an unlikely story, but is it true?
There is probably more evidence to say that Hitler survived and escaped and ended up in South America than there is to say he actually died in the bunker.
The silver bullet that leaves this debate wide open is the fact that no body has ever been discovered.
The testimony and the evidence for Hitler's death is absolutely compelling. It was never on the cards that he wanted to survive and he wanted to live.
There are definitely questions as to whether Hitler died in the bunker. All that was really found was part of a job. So the question remains, did Hitler really commit suicide, or did he escape?
I think it's very plausible that Hitler survived. He did not commit suicide. I believe he escaped.
Hitler did not die in the bunker in 1945. We've been lied to, and for whatever reasons, we're continuing to this day. 70 years on, we're still being lied to about this.
On the night of April the 27th, 1945 in Berlin, fires raged out of control as the intense and savage Russian artillery bombardment crept closer to the center of the Third Reich. Deep in his bunker, the man who had brought such destruction to his country and indeed the world knew that the war was over. The Führer's options were limited. He could allow himself to be captured by the advancing Russians, but the humiliation was unthinkable. He could kill himself, but who could possibly replace him? Or he could try and escape and live to fight another day.
Many people believe that he survived. The reason being that no body was ever found. And so basically that left the door wide open for all of the conspiracy theories.
If Hitler survived, yes, it's perfectly possible he may have fled to Argentina, but he would have had to have stayed hidden for a number of years in order to achieve that. I think that therefore in the immediate aftermath of the war, I think he probably would have tried to escape either to the Alps, and in which case he may have had a good chance of getting down perhaps to the Middle East.
I think this is a man who is extremely determined, and he would have had an exit strategy before he even began. He wouldn't have been in Berlin if he didn't know how he could get out.
The Russians themselves thought he escaped, and they're the ones who ended up trying to identify the bodies. There's witnesses that said, we helped him escape. There's pilots that went, well, I flew him out of there. And it's all been ignored because the agreed story is the story that everyone wants to believe. We want to know the war stopped, he died, that was it.
According to a new book, Grey Wolf, The Escape of Adolf Hitler, Hitler, his wife Eva Braun, and a handful of close aides and top-ranking Nazis did escape, using a network of secret tunnels from the Führer bunker in Berlin. Its author is Gerard Williams, a former reporter for the Reuters news agency, and he agreed to meet me in Paris.
So, Gerard, did Adolf Hitler die in his bunker in Berlin in 1945, or did he survive?
There's no forensic evidence whatsoever to suggest that Adolf Hitler or Eva Braun died in the bunker in Berlin in 1945. There is a huge amount of contemporaneous reporting to say that Adolf Hitler escaped and made it eventually to Argentina, where he lived, according to our research, until 1962. People often think that that's complete idiocy, conspiracy theory, whatever. I've been a journalist a very long time, Jamie, and I went back to look at the contemporaneous reporting from organizations like the BBC, the Associated Press, Reuters, all of whom at the time quote Stalin as saying that Hitler has escaped to Spain or Argentina. Time magazine has detailed accounts of the bunker, the escape route from the Reich Chancellery, from Hitler's private quarters in the Reich Chancellery. This is published in Time. Newsweek carried details of how it could have happened. And then in 1947, in a Polish court, Captain Peter Baumgart of the secretive KG-200 Luftwaffe group describes how he flew him out from a temporary airfield on the Hohenzollern, which is a huge boulevard in Berlin.
According to Williams, everything was planned down to the very last detail, including even the clothes worn by the body doubles that would eventually pass themselves off as Hitler and Eva's corpses. As the clock struck midnight, Hitler turned to an orderly and nodded. Around about 20 minutes later, a small group emerged from a dark tunnel onto the streets of Berlin above. So, if they didn't die in the bunker, what happened to them?
I don't make things up, so I'll tell you where the information comes from. Major Nicotine of the NKVD, which is the Soviet secret police at the time, who's tasked with finding out what's happened to Adolf Hitler, is quoted extensively in Time magazine at the time, saying that there was an escape tunnel from the Reich Chancellery, from Hitler's private quarters. It was hidden behind a concrete panel which slid back to expose a series of steps down to another bunker. And from that bunker, there were another series of steps down to the underground train network in Berlin, U-Bahn.
So they escaped to another bunker. They then, from that bunker, find their way into the underground network. And how far would they then had to have travelled to then?
It's not terribly far, 10, 15 kilometres, depending on which way they go, when they can then come up out of the underground via an underground station onto what is a temporary runway, of which we have seen RAF aerial pictures of the time. This piece of the road has been cleared, and a Ju-52 is a short takeoff and landing plane, so it's able to get off pretty quickly from the ground.
You know, the Third Reich was really quite switched on to the reality of the situation, and they saw that Russia encroaching on Berlin did not bode well for them. So again, preservation is their motivation, and so is a Fourth Reich, and that's what they would have planned. And it wasn't just Hitler who disappeared unaccounted for. Other senior officials do as well, which tells you that they're planning a return. They're not done just yet.
According to Williams, dodging fires and explosions, the small party made its way to the vast Hohenzollern Dam that ran through the center of Berlin. Once a fashionable boulevard, it was now a makeshift runway. And on it sat a Junkers 52 transport aircraft. Its engines being gunned by Captain Peter Baumgart, an experienced Luftwaffe pilot. Hitler and his companions had almost escaped the iron grip of Russia's military assault.
But aren't the Russians bombarding the city?
The Russians bombarding part of the city. You have to remember, this is a ground offensive. They're taking houses building by building. Berlin is not a small city, and it's also, there are various rivers running through it and all the rest of it. Large areas of concrete that have to be cleared hand to hand. And it's also being held by some of the most fanatical SS troops in the whole war.
Perhaps the weak link here is that there was a plane waiting for him in Berlin that took him to the airport that allowed him to leave Germany. And I say that because there's hundreds of thousands of Russians descending on the city. Would you risk being shot down and not even being able to lift off in the first place? Wouldn't you have a slightly different exit strategy for the first mile?
Presumably, the whole of Berlin is a no-fly zone. The Russians wouldn't allow planes to fly across the city.
It's pretty much a no-fly zone, except there isn't that much air cover. What air cover there is Sturmovix, which is a Russian ground attack aircraft coming in trying to take out strong points. There's no radar for a start, so you don't know where anything is. The whole of German airspace leaks like a sieve. We're not running combat patrols over every single level of German airspace at that time. Our pilots are shattered. So are the Americans. We're all shattered by this stage. It's very easy to fly an aircraft out of Germany at the end of 1945.
There were several plans of escape. One of the most famous ones is that the Nazis would come down through Italy, escape from Italy, head across, sometimes through Spain or the Canary Islands and on to South America. Another plan was, and you saw a lot of action going on with aeroplanes landing near the building and the bunker and taking people out. One pilot even testified saying he flew Hitler and Eva Braun in a very small aeroplane to Denmark, onto a submarine and down to South America.
There actually was a pilot who admitted to flying out Hitler and Eva Braun, as well as some other top generals. And this was publicized in the press, but yet it didn't stick. No one paid attention to it.
There must have been plans in place to remove the Führer from the bunker. And Martin Bormann, legend has it, took them out, flew them somewhere, put them in a submarine, sent them to Argentina, to the South Pole, somewhere.
Having taken off, Hitler was leaving behind his beloved Germany and heading to a new life. But where exactly was Baumgart taking them? Well, according to Williams' research, that destination was Argentina.
So the plane's taken off, it's left Berlin. Where's it headed?
It heads first to the Luftwaffe base at Magdeburg. It stops there, I'm not sure why, maybe to refuel. Baumgart doesn't go into details. And from there it flies to Tonda in Denmark, where Hitler is seen to leave the plane by an SS officer on the ground, as well as Captain Baumgart's personal testimony. He hands Baumgart a check, I think, for 20,000 Reichsmarks, which isn't worth the paper it's written on, but it's a nice thank you, I suppose. And then they are flown in another Ju-52, we believe onto Travemünde.
It's quite detailed, this flight plan. What evidence, though, is there that they were flown from Berlin to Denmark?
The evidence is the evidence given by Captain Peter Baumgart at his trial in Warsaw in 1947. He said that he'd flown Hitler and this party out. He explained the route that he had taken. And we also have another SS officer on the ground at Tonda, wounded, who describes the party arriving and Hitler addressing the wounded soldiers on the ground at the time. We also have Hans Bauer, Hitler's personal pilot, talking about being at Travemünde and making ready things for the final escape. Bauer doesn't go into details in his autobiography, but he does say he was asked to go with them, and he refused because he wanted to stay with his men. But there's obviously a group of senior Nazis leaving from Travemünde.
What's really fascinating is the pilot, who's on record after the war of having said that he wasn't part of this SS, he was just the pilot. His job was only to take Hitler, Eva Braun, and a couple of officials out of Germany to Denmark. So why would you make that up?
Well, I mean, one of the so-called bits of evidence put out by the authors of this book is that there was a pilot called Baumgart who had flown Hitler out. And there's just a sort of scrap of a news story upon which an entire case is rested. Now, Baumgart, as this news story even says, or a further news story says, you know, needed a psychiatric evaluation. So clearly the man was a fantasist. So no, I think the Baumgart thing, you know, is by no means compelling and can by no means considered evidence by anybody sensible.
If Williams is correct, and Baumgart did fly Hitler out of Berlin, then their route to Argentina was by no means direct. After landing in Denmark, he flew to Spain, where General Franco supplied him with an aircraft to take him to the Canary Islands. From there, the Führer took a submarine to the Argentine coast, where he disembarked some 300 miles south of Buenos Aires.
Stalin had said that Hitler had escaped to Spain or Argentina. We know that on Fuerteventura in the Canary Islands, there was a major Nazi intelligence base run by Gustav Winter. It's called Villa Winter. We believe that 3 submarines are then tasked from the last submarine operation of World War II, which is known as Seawolf, which Speer and a number of other people have said are heading to the Atlantic coast of America carrying V1 weapons filled with chemicals and gas. They're going to take out New York. So the Americans take this seriously, and they move their whole naval blockade up to the North Atlantic to get in the way of Seawolf. And most of the boats in Seawolf are destroyed. We believe that Hitler and Eva boarded one submarine. General Fegelein is on another submarine, which leaves beforehand and gets to Argentina before them. And after 53 days of pretty much hell, they arrive off the coast of Argentina.
The Americans and the Russians both thought that Hitler could well have survived. And there are FBI documents that have been leaked out or declassified now that state they were investigating that fact. They thought he arrived in one of 2 or 3 submarines on the coast of Argentina, and they think in the second submarine, Hitler and Eva Braun got out and then were ferried away inland.
Researchers have found correspondence to J. Edgar Hoover and from J. Edgar Hoover talking about the fact that Hitler may have gone to Argentina. It appeared as though he did in a U-boat and is living there in sort of a Nazi community of the Fourth Reich. But what's interesting is that there's no apparent action. It's almost as though they don't care, or perhaps they already knew because they had struck a deal. And that is the most intriguing part of it all.
There is a possibility that a deal could have been engineered, certainly between Martin Bormann and the Americans, where they actually said, let us go, we'll not bother you anymore. We'll give you Nazi scientists, the atomic bomb, landing on the moon. Just let us go. Let us take some money with us and we'll be out of your hair. It is a possibility. There are many FBI documents now being circulated that actually do state that there is a possibility that Hitler survived.
If Hitler did survive and was allowed to escape by the US government, then the Nazis have been planning this for months, moving funds and building secret communities in Argentina.
It seems like a very logical assumption that Hitler would want to plan a Fourth Reich, that he wouldn't give up so easily, that he would formulate an escape plan and put the necessary procedures into action to create a Fourth Reich. And we actually have some recent documentation that's come to light that shows that there were meetings, there was an agenda to create financial backing to actually monetize this Fourth Reich.
There are areas of Argentina that, to be honest with you, you could refer to as Little Germany, with churches and chalets and built in the same style as they were in Bavaria. A lot of Germans, Nazis, emigrated to Argentina even before the war and in the early stages of the war. And I'm also sure that quite a few of them, like rats from a sinking ship, left Germany when they realized that things were going wrong, over to Argentina with a view to starting the Fourth Reich.
What they were doing was channeling money out of the country and building places in South America, in Argentina especially, as bases to start again. And they'd had meetings with German businessmen and American businessmen and businessmen from all over the world to take over the world, but instead of militarily, they were going to do it through finance. And it was going to build this new Fourth Reich from Argentina.
This was Martin Bormann's dream. And he had removed trillions of Reichsmarks all over the place, and especially into Argentina. And I mean, Argentina was pro-German, or anti-British, I should say. And what better place for everyone to go to, including the Führer?
Williams says that, according to his research, Hitler was essentially played by Martin Bormann and was left out of important meetings and discussions about the Fourth Reich.
There's piece after piece after piece which says that he lived in Argentina post-war. What it seems happens is as soon as Martin Bormann arrives in 1947, Bormann realizes that Hitler is no longer of any use to the new Germany. And he is left with his private doctor, who stays with him all the time, and his butler come Batman, come factotum, Pablo Glocknick, who looks like he's a Graf Spee crewman. And the meetings don't happen.
But it wasn't just in Argentina where questions about Hitler's survival were being asked. Shortly after the war ended, a BBC journalist, Thomas Cadet, was allowed into Hitler's ruined bunker by Russian forces. Interestingly, this is what he said.
Outside the front door of the shelter are the 5 perforated petrol tins that were believed to have been used for scattering petrol on the body of Hitler and of burning it. But there, at any rate, my Soviet friends found no trace of Hitler himself. But there was the half-burned body of a man with a lock of black hair on the right-hand side of his face and a little black moustache. And they looked at him more closely, and their doctors came to the conclusion that it was what they call a bad double of Hitler and not Hitler himself. If that is so, then all trace of him has disappeared.
In the years immediately following the war, there was no proof that Hitler had in fact died. One of the problems that the investigators had was the complete lack of any physical evidence. The skull fragments that the Russians found near the bunker weren't even known to the West until 1968. And by the time they came round to doing any DNA testing on the bones, it was discovered that they did in fact belong to a woman.
The most important thing in an investigation is the body, to some extent. Now, the BBC get invited into a bunker by the Russians and say, come and have a look, we've blown it up, there's nobody here now. And they go in, and there was literally nobody there. So when the Russians are asked to produce a body, they go, well, we haven't got one, we took it away, we've buried it somewhere else. Now, in the 70s, they claimed that they dug it up and destroyed it and cremated it, but they kept some skull fragments, which were then later tested and proved to be from a woman who was under 40 years old. So there's still no evidence of a dead body anywhere. There's no witnesses to that dead body.
Hitler and Eva Braun's body were never found, and the fact that only a fragment of a jawbone was found leaves the door open that perhaps they would have formulated an escape plan. And wouldn't it be a smart thing to do rather than suicide? If you could get away, wouldn't you go ahead and try to do that?
If Hitler did escape, then he escaped without his jaw and his teeth, because these were found, and they were found to match Hitler's dental records. And as a result, that's, to me, utterly compelling. So this idea that there's no physical evidence for Hitler's body is pure junk. And of course, naturally, a conspiracist will say, well, they're not really Hitler's teeth, they're somebody else's. This is all confused, of course, with bits of skull fragment that were found near the body that have proven to be that of a woman and not Hitler. But the teeth, for me, it's utterly compelling. And, having spoken to fellow historians about this, the world's at one about this, but there are these sort of outliers who think that somehow they're not his.
In fact, in the immediate aftermath of the war, British and US intelligence services received countless reports suggesting the former Nazi leader had been spotted alive and at large, giving people added ammunition to the claim that Hitler didn't die in the bunker. In September 1945, it was claimed that Hitler and his closest advisor and confidant, Martin Bormann, had boarded a luxury yacht in Hamburg and had sailed to a secret island off the coast of Schleswig-Holstein. And in December, the Americans were reliably informed that Hitler had boarded a submarine off the island of Majorca, where he'd been living in a hotel with a group of nuclear scientists.
There are numerous eyewitnesses' accounts of people, waiters, porters, all sorts of people, that say they have seen Hitler. Also Eva Braun, his children, and even Blondie, his Alsatian dog.
One of the Argentine generals, who's very grateful for the Nazis' help, says in the national newspaper, our friends from Germany are safe. Doesn't mention their names, but he says our friends from Germany are safe. There are reports back to the FBI that Hitler has been seen. Hoover believes them and files them. There's a report which I've recently been given to the head of naval intelligence in the US that the Vatican legate in Argentina has been told by a very believable source that Hitler is there and that the White House know. One guy who contacted me, Roberto Brun, was a waiter in a sort of private naval military dining room in Buenos Aires in the 50s. And Roberto describes in some detail how Hitler and Eva Braun, on 2 occasions, he saw them there.
You're looking like You feel the power in him. Black hair with little touches of white, skin face, no mustache. I see the person baggy eyes and looking very tired. He look like me now, difficult to walk, difficult. I feel the guy feeling depression.
What's really intriguing is the eyewitnesses who say they saw Hitler, his wife, Eva Braun, and other German officers and Hitler and Eva Braun's children in Argentina, going out for dinner, going for a boat ride, just going about their normal life. And the accounts are really rather credible.
There is so much nonsense about this story, and there are people in these countries who are happy to peddle that nonsense to credulous researchers. I wrote a book about how the Nazis escaped. I went to Paraguay to look at the theories behind Martin Bormann. And, you know, you turn up to a cemetery in Ita in Paraguay, there's an old lady out the gate who'll say, Martin's tomb is that way. Or she'll go, Martin's tomb is that way the next day. It's just a massive disinformation and fraudsters, essentially.
As you would expect, these eyewitness accounts have been absolutely met with the Spanish Inquisition, if you will. People, researchers have asked them, now, come on, are you sure that was Hitler? And they're like, no, I absolutely, positively recognized it as him. And in one account, a woman from Germany who knew him before recognized him when he came into a hospital. And she said she just got the chills because there was no doubt in her mind that was Hitler.
The notion that Hitler escaped from his Berlin bunker has held conspiracy theorists in thrall since the war ended. To most, such a story sounds like utter fantasy. But tens of thousands of Nazis escaped after the war, including the notorious Adolf Eichmann and Joseph Mengele. Is it not possible that Hitler also escaped with them?
It would seem acceptable that you and I could leave Europe and start a new life in South America. Mm-hmm. Is it not inconceivable that the most familiar face on the planet could live out the rest of his life without being noticed or photographed or recorded in some way?
Jamie, I quite agree with you. There are photographs, allegedly, of Adolf Hitler in Argentina and in Colombia. The CIA have one of him in Colombia. I have one of him, allegedly, in Misiones province, in Oberá. There are FBI reports from what seems to be people that Hoover actually believes are telling the truth. Lots of FBI reports of Hitler's presence in Argentina post-war. You will see as you go through the newspapers and magazines of the day, there are constantly reports of Hitler being in Argentina and people saying, we have seen Hitler here, we have seen him there. Now, it's a bit like hiding in plain sight, because the people they're hiding amongst, or the people who they visit and go and see, are oath-bound members of the Nazi Party.
Most of the eyewitnesses who say they saw Hitler were working for or working in places that were very Nazi-friendly. You've got hotels run by people who funded the Nazi Party, who were personal friends of Hitler and high-up Nazis. You've got farmland that was owned by people who were Nazi sympathizers. So the witnesses are in the right place, if that makes sense. You know, if they're going to see him, that's where they're going to see him. And a lot of them didn't come forward till years later. They've got no financial gain by saying anything. They're not trying to sell a book or a film or anything like that. There's no reason for them to say it. But there are so many witnesses in certain areas that say they saw it.
Hitler and other Allied leaders always had an escape plan, multiple escape plans. That's a fact. So it's not implausible that even in the latter days of the war, he would have had still multiple escape plans to get out, to find another way to create the Fourth Reich. Why wouldn't that be part of his actual planning? Why would he commit suicide and just, you know, give up on everything that he had created?
Gerard agreed to show me some of the evidence he's uncovered that he says proves Hitler did in fact escape.
You can see here, Jamie, on the computer that well, there's 1,300 documents I brought to show you today out of thousands of documents that we've amassed in our research. This one, for me, was one of the most important. This is Time magazine, Monday, May 28th, 1945, 70 years ago. And, you know, the lead line is a team of Soviet detectives conducted last week that if Adolf Hitler was dead, he'd not died in the ruins of the Reich Chancellery. And then it goes on in detail about the escape tunnel away from Hitler's private quarters.
So there would have been journalists at the...
Yeah, at the BBC's Thomas Cadet is embedded, we'd call it now, with these people.
With the Russians going in.
with the Russians going in to take the bunker. You know, it'll say things like...
There's so much detail in this.
Completely. Under cross-examination, Germans who had told of Hitler's death twisted their stories, clashed in detail, finally admitted that no one had seen the Führer die. Finally, the tale told by a member of Hitler's personal bodyguard catalysed the conflicting stories. The bodyguard, an SS Untergruppenführer, last saw Hitler on April the 27th in his personal room in the Chancellery. You know, and
that's in conflict with some of the eyewitness reports at the time, isn't it?
Well, no, it's in conflict with the eyewitness reports that come out later.
Right, OK.
And that's the thing. And what I've tried to do is, or what we have tried to do, is go through the contemporaneous reporting so that we can actually see what was being talked of at the time. For me, it's not just one thing. I mean, you have Time magazine reporting what the Russians said, and then in 1947, you have Peter Baumgart, and it's reported by the Associated Press out of Poland, that Captain Peter Baumgart, a 32-year-old former German Air Force pilot,
told a district court Wednesday that he flew Adolf Hitler to Denmark shortly before the fall of Berlin.
And then you have detail.
So this is in court. This was his testimony. The 6-foot flyer claimed that Hitler was accompanied on the flight by German General Roemer, and his wife and a woman he believed was Eva Braun. Well, there we go. How did you feel when you found this clipping?
Well, I'd already read the Time report and the BBC report that there'd been no body found of Hitler in the bunker. And then we have a man saying that he flew them out. It's not a question of putting 2 and 2 together to make 5. Sure. You suddenly have a whole series of events that are fitting in better than no body, no eyewitnesses, people changing their stories and everything else. And then you get Baumgart sentenced in Poland.
For a long time, the Russians believed that the Allies were sheltering Hitler, and they put about these fake stories as part of a disinformation campaign in an attempt to flush out what they thought to be the truth. In July 1945, the Russian commander, Marshal Georgy Zhukov, claimed that since Hitler's body had still not been found, he could have flown away at the very last moment. Even General Eisenhower, the former Allied Supreme Commander, appeared to be taken in. In 1952, he said, "We've been unable to unearth one bit of tangible evidence of Hitler's death. Many people believed that he escaped from Berlin."
The Russians were, at first, quite happy to accept that Hitler had died. But then there became very quickly emerging a narrative that the Soviets were thinking, hang on a minute, do we really want to go around saying that Hitler's dead? Does it not suit our propaganda purposes to make it look as though Hitler's escaped and in some way may have fallen into the arms of the Allies who are now sheltering him? Of course, there was massive distrust against the Soviets and the Western Allies. And so, as a result, there was a huge disinformation battle being played on both sides, largely and successfully by the Soviets to spread uncertainty about whether Hitler had died or not.
There's lots of discussion amongst world leaders at the time about what happened to Hitler. Most poignant is Truman asking Stalin, "Is Hitler dead?" To which Stalin responds, "No."
If you want to find a single source for this notion, farcical notion, that Hitler escaped, then it lies in the rubble of post-war Berlin, where out of which the Cold War is starting to germinate. And it is the Russians who are putting it about that the Western Allies are helping Nazis, they're sheltering Nazis, and what bigger a name to shelter than Adolf Hitler?
At the end of the war, former MI6 officer and historian Hugh Trevor Roper was commissioned to investigate Hitler's death. He spoke to many who were there in those final fateful hours, and all of them said exactly the same thing, that Hitler did kill himself and the bodies of him and his wife, Eva Braun, were cremated with petrol. Williams, however, believes that those bodies were in fact lookalikes.
It's not a huge leap in logic to think that a double went in for Eva Braun and for Hitler. It would have been a quite logical thing to do, in fact, and it would have been commonly done. In fact, Hitler used doubles before, so why wouldn't he use that as part of an escape plan?
There are no eyewitnesses at all to the shooting or the taking of suicide. It was done in a closed room. An adjutant supposedly found their bodies. Those bodies were then rolled in carpets or blankets. None of the faces were ever seen, and they were taken up into the Reichschancellery garden, supposedly where they were covered in petrol, immolated, and burnt beyond recognition. Apart from the fact that it takes a crematorium 3,000 centigrade to burn a human body to bits, and you can't do it with petrol, as was proved with Magda and Joseph Goebbels, whose bodies were found burnt with petrol by the Russians in the Chancellery Gardens. But they were completely recognizable.
It's very interesting that they didn't find remains of Hitler, but they ordered in 800 gallons of petrol. Can you just imagine what that amount of petrol poured on a body would? I'm surprised it didn't set fire to the Reichschancellery, to be honest with you, but I would imagine that that would just about obliterate. It's only like a cremation. I'm sure that there was literally nothing left.
The bodies were taken by men like Otto Gunscher out of this bunker into this small garden in the Reich Chancellery, where after a couple of inept attempts, they were eventually doused in petrol and they were set light to. They more or less completely burnt, but when the Russians turned up, they found fragments of jawbone. These fragments of jawbone entirely match Hitler's dental records. So either someone was burnt in the Reich Chancellery with crowns and bridges in his mouth that were identical to Hitler's, or it was Hitler. I don't know which one you want to believe.
Most historians balk at the idea of Hitler and Eva Braun escaping from the bunker. They say that they committed suicide in Berlin in the final days of the war, perhaps even the final hours. And many view Gerard Williams's version of events with extreme skepticism.
I think it's absolute rubbish. When I first came across this book a few years ago, I dismissed it as being 2,000% junk. I've now revised my opinion. It's 3,000% junk. I have no opinion as to whether Gerard Williams believes his story or not. If he does, then I think he's a fool, because the testimony and the evidence for Hitler's death is absolutely compelling. And I don't really know why he would want to sell a book that flew in the face of what is well-researched, well-proven, credible history.
We don't know it all, and we make this quite clear in the book. Parts of the escape route are scenario, parts of a complete fact, but they're the scenarios that work best with what is available to the Nazis at the time. They have U-boats available to them. We have reports from the Argentine police and the Argentine Coast Guards of U-boats being off Argentina at the time. Reports from the FBI of people being landed in Argentina at the time. So although it's impossible to say exactly that, yes, they came on Group Seawolf on these U-boats, we know that the Americans said those U-boats were sunk, and we know they weren't sunk. We know that one of them turned up and surrendered at Mar del Plata a month later.
There are countless reports in FBI files, in British files, that will say that, oh, Hitler was a monk in Spain. Hitler has been seen in the Canary Islands. Hitler's been seen landing in a U-boat, yawn that old one. Hitler's been seen in Greenland. I mean, these are all just nonsense. I think that the naivety of an author to pick up an FBI file and treat it with reverence just because it's an FBI file is astonishing. There's always been a conflict between fiction writers and historians, and I mean, I do both. So I'm very much aware of it in my own head, and one's very tempting with fiction to overly historicise it and perhaps make it a little more boring, and it's always very tempting when you're writing history to kind of novelise it. So much of the history of the war, because it is shrouded in disinformation, fog, you know, the fact that people died and weren't around to tell us the full story, allows conspiracy and nonsense and drivel and junk to sort of propagate and feed upon itself. If you look through the footnotes of a book like Grey Wolf, I mean, you know, I look through them, and it's clear that he's building upon other junk. So therefore you get this sort of validation cycle of utter nonsense.
If it's true that he actually went there, Hitler would never again set foot outside of Argentina. And though his dreams of a new Reich would never be fulfilled, he might at least have found some form of domestic happiness with Eva Braun, with whom he had 2 daughters. According to Williams's theory, after 17 years in hiding, one of the most evil men in history died on February the 13th, 1962, aged 73, in Argentina.
I think the more you look into this, the more you do your own research, I think he survived. The silver bullet of no body, that's not the important bit. It's the other evidence, the documents, the first-hand accounts in Germany, in Argentina, in the United States. Surprisingly, the possibility that Hitler lived and escaped is quite compelling.
I think he definitely would have tried to escape. It would be a smart plan, wouldn't it? And it would go in line with the way he thought and planned out things. So it makes sense that he would try to escape.
Hitler did not leave the bunker. He didn't leave it alive. He did not go to Argentina, except in the imaginations of people like Gerard Williams. And he certainly did not die at a grand old age.
All we've done is gone back to the reporting from the time and put it out in a book. That book shows, I think, pretty conclusively, that Adolf Hitler did not die in the bunker in 1945. I think it also shows that we've been lied to extensively about the real end of World War II and how things happened after that. And I think that these things are as relevant today to us as they would have been in 1945.
It is one of the great mysteries of the last century. What did happen to Adolf Hitler? Most historians agree that he killed himself at the end of the Second World War and his body was burnt to avoid any relics. But of course, without any remains, there is no conclusive proof. So, maybe he did plan and execute one final daring mission and escape to Argentina. I'll see you next time. In 1687, a man was transferred to a prison on this island here off the south coast of France. A man who had spent the previous 4 decades behind bars wearing an iron mask. He is, without doubt, the most famous prisoner in French history. But who was he?
Although Dumas actually referred to the man in the iron mask as a fictional figure in one of his novels, I genuinely do believe there was a real historical figure, and there really was a man in the iron mask.
He was kept in a cell that only allowed access through multiple tiers of gates, so nobody could ever hear what he was talking about, because this was a scandal that King Louis XIV couldn't let out.
The identity of the man in the Iron Mask is one of the greatest mysteries of history. Nobody was supposed to know who he was or why he was there, for that matter, which his identification would have indicated.
Why would he be both looked after and kept in a mask? And that surely must be that he was instantly recognizable.
Why would they want to conceal his identity? What would be the purpose of that? And the reasonable conclusion would be to hide his identity because he looked like the king, possibly even his twin brother.
On November the 19th, 1703, a tomb in the Bastille's St. Paul's Cemetery welcomed the corpse of a man who had spent the last 4 decades of his life behind bars. He is, without doubt, the most famous prisoner in French history. But who was he? What was his crime? And why was he kept in near isolation with his face covered by an infamous iron mask?
This man must have been someone very well known, or looked very much like someone else, or had one hell of a secret that they didn't want anyone to know about. But for someone to endure for a few hours a mask that was actually riveted onto your head with a mouthpiece that opened, to endure this for 32 years, it's unbelievable that someone could survive.
All we can say with any certainty about the alleged man in the iron mask is that he was a chap who was imprisoned in many prisons across France and who was confined to what we would call solitary confinement, but yet was treated really well. So what's curious is that there's no one who's ever been recorded as having seen his face. So we're not sure who he was.
The evidence becomes particularly interesting when in 1789, in the course of the French Revolution, the Bastille is overrun, and among the mysterious things it contains is a skeleton wearing an iron mask.
Now, the source that made this prisoner world famous is a story by Alexandre Dumas called The Man in the Iron Mask, which he wrote at this very desk. Now, although this is a work of fiction, it does contain some very important historical data, and the author spent a lot of time researching the history behind the story. Now, according to Dumas, the prisoner was none other than the twin of Louis XIV, and being only a few minutes older, made him the legitimate heir to the throne. Now, the king threw his brother into prison, clad his face with an iron mask so no one would ever notice the resemblance.
Alexandre Dumas's theory is that it was the twin brother of King Louis XIV of France. And of course, you can't have two kings. So what better than put one in an iron mask and put him away?
He was the twin of King Louis XIV. And as the king was aspiring to the throne, he realized that this wasn't going to happen for him. So he got rid of him. He imprisoned him. But of course, it's his brother. So he's going to treat him very well, which in fact the man in the iron mask was. So that theory actually is relatively plausible.
Obviously, the person in the mask, without the mask, would be instantly recognizable. And the only person who would be instantly recognizable in those days was the king.
Alexandre Dumas was known for brilliantly mixing fact with fiction. So I think we can definitely make the conclusion that the man in the iron mask was indeed the twin brother of Louis XIV.
Another theory as to the identity of the man in the iron mask is that he wasn't the twin of Louis XIV, but in fact his father. Now, Louis XIII was considered too old to squire an heir, and an heir was desperately needed, otherwise his scheming brother would ascend to the throne. So it's believed that Cardinal Richelieu, the king's closest ally and spymaster, instructed one of his musketeers to sleep with the Queen and produce an heir, which she did. However, it's said that years later, the musketeer, down on his luck and broke, tried to extort money from the king and Richelieu, threatening to blow the affair wide open. At which point the king threw the musketeer into prison, clamped an iron mask on his face, and thus the legend of the man in the iron mask was born.
The old king, Louis XIII, was allegedly impotent and had been for some time when the boy destined to become Louis XIV was born. It had also been commented that the strong, vigorous young prince was nothing like his sick, ailing, invalid father. Now, one of the theories was that on the machinations of certain very highly placed people in the French court, the Queen was impregnated by a vigorous young guardsman who worked for one of those same very highly placed courtiers, and that he was then imprisoned so that the thing could not ever be known.
Basically, the real father of Louis XIV was making a fuss about this, perhaps demanding a lot of money, power, titles, whatever, and that he was getting a little out of hand with this, and so he had to be dealt with. Of course, the other possibility that most people think, yeah, in those days, and certainly Richelieu, would go along with the idea of basically just shooting him in the head, and then there'd be no more demands. So it doesn't seem very likely.
The reason I think this story has captivated people's imagination for a couple hundred years now is the fact that, one, it remains unsolved. Two, you have this almost heroic figure who is somehow regal because he's treated very well. What did he know? Why wasn't he killed? And isn't it sad that he has to live a life of solitary confinement? So there's a bit of romance and a bit of mystery associated with it. And of course, it's been played up in the media for decades in films, so it's quite popular and well known, and I don't see it dying out anytime soon.
My next stop was to meet Jean-Christophe Petit-Fils, one of the most well-respected historians in France. He's an expert on the works of Alexandre Dumas and believed that the story of the man in the iron mask is based on a real man who spent most of his life in prison. And to cap it off, he even has a theory on who that really was.
Was the man in the iron mask a real historical figure?
Oui, l'homme au masque de fer a vraiment existé. Il y a d'un côté une légende qui a pris son essor au XVIIIe siècle, et puis il y a une réalité d'un prisonnier français sous le règne de Louis XIV qui a porté un masque de fer, un masque d'acier même, mais ce personnage a existé. Et donc, c'est un grand mystère de l'histoire de France. Quelle est l'identité de cet homme?
So who do you think he was?
La thèse de Dumas dans le Vicomte de Bragelonne, c'est de dire que l'homme au masque de fer était le frère jumeau de Louis XIV. Donc, ce qui posait un grave problème pour le trône. Qui peut occuper le trône quand un roi a deux fils jumeaux? Grave problème, la question ne s'était jamais posée dans l'histoire de France. Et là, donc, d'après Dumas, elle se pose. Et que faire de celui qui ne va pas régner? Donc, celui qui ne va pas régner, eh bien, on est obligé de le mettre à l'écart, donc de l'emprisonner et de lui mettre un masque pour que personne ne le reconnaisse.
There's very little documentary evidence to help us unravel this mystery, presumably because the men behind it wanted all trace of this prisoner and his incarceration destroyed. But Jean-Christophe has published in his book on the subject an original letter which actually talks about the imprisonment of a man who wore an iron mask. It would seem that Dumas' story was in fact based on a real person.
So what is this document?
Oh, this is a very important document, the first one, where it's mentioned the name of the prisoner with an iron mask.
So this is evidence that there was a prisoner who wore an iron mask.
Exactly,
this is the evidence
exactly,
that proves that.
Exactly.
So what does it say? What is it?
It said the arrival of this prisoner at the prison of Sainte Marguerite with a mask of steel or iron mask on this
his face.
face.
Yeah. Okay, and this details what? This was the movement. The prisoner was moved from one prison.
The prisoner was moved from exile to Sainte Marguerite, which is near Cannes.
So this is hard evidence that he really existed.
Yes, it's a proof of his existence.
The fact that the story of the man in the iron mask became so intriguing so quickly shows that it was out of the ordinary at a time when political prisoners certainly did just disappear into the system.
Day by day, night upon night, the prisoner prays for some way.
So I've come to the village of Langres, which is about 3 hours southeast of Paris, and in this museum, they claim to have the mask that the prisoner actually wore, which is pretty amazing. So let's go and take a look.
Unbelievably, the mask was discovered at a street market at the end of the 19th century before changing hands several times and ending up in this museum. It's not on show to the public, so the curator, Olivier Caumont, arranged to have it brought up from the archives to show me.
It's important for the conservation. So, the mask. Here is the mask.
Merci. Can I hold him?
Yes, please. So perhaps a real mask.
So this is the actual mask?
Yes, the mask of iron.
And you believe this to be the...
I don't know. It's very difficult to say. It's a real mask. It was discovered by a scrap dealer in the town of Langres in 1895. And this woman, it was a woman, buy the mask to an antiquarian. And the antiquarian, after, give the mask to the museum.
Okay. And what do we think these holes are for? Is this to attach the mask on the...
Yes, yes, certainly. You have here, 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 and in the bus.
Yeah. And was there any inscription on the mask when it was found?
Yes, yes. The history, we know that during the 19th century, we have a little paper label inside the mask, who is lost today, unfortunately. But we know the inscription on this label. And the inscription was, in 1703, the geese take off this mask from the face of the twin brother of the King Louis XIV. So it's very important to think that it's perhaps the real mask of iron.
Wow, that's extraordinary. And what is this? This hole here looks like like a keyhole.
Yes, it's a little keyhole.
So, which would suggest that it might have been locked at some stage?
Certainly to lock the mask on the face.
So that would suggest that maybe the mask would have been used to, would have been a lockable mask.
Yes.
So, We don't know that this is the mask,
Yes.
but it's still an extraordinary thing.
Yes, yes, and it's very rare. It's very rare to find mask from perhaps from medieval period, but more probably for 17th or 18th century.
We can't be sure then that this was the actual mask that
It's impossible to say the truth about the mask.
Sure.
Perhaps it's a real mask from the brother of the king or from another person, another people.
But it's still an extraordinary thing, isn't it?
It's quite a thing to actually hold in your hands, a real piece of French history. And what could be the actual iron mask worn by the infamous prisoner? But the questions still remain. Who was he? And what crime had he committed to deserve this fate?
The mask that's in the museum in Long is really interesting because it is sort of an androgynous-looking part of a mask. But is it the mask that the man in the iron mask would have worn? I'm not so sure. It could be part of it because the front piece is there, but there's no just going to cover his face and his eyes. It's not going to cover his hair or his head or the side of his face. So it doesn't seem like that was enough to hide the identity of a truly important man.
Well, we have no really conclusive evidence about the mask that's turned up. And masks turn up quite often in flea markets across France. But there's really no viable evidence to prove that this mask actually is the actual one that was used for the man in the iron mask.
Doesn't ring true to me. It's got eye holes, it's got a mouth, but it's only more like a death mask than anything else. Nothing at the back. And the original mask was supposed to have been riveted to this guy so it could never come off. And that's back and front. And this is not what you see in that museum.
Truth is, it's very unusual for a prisoner to be wearing an iron mask. I mean, think about prisons in that day and age. They were nasty places. People are insane, they're trying to escape, they're behaving, they're down in a dungeon somewhere. You know, they're not masked, they're barely clothed. So here you have a man of quite regal status who has an iron mask on at all times. That really would have stood out. That was not usual or normal at all.
It was said that the man in the iron mask was kept in solitary confinement for most of his life, and he wasn't allowed to come into contact with anyone but a select few, including his musketeer guards. And if he ever dared to speak of anything other than his immediate needs, they had strict orders to execute him immediately. Unusually, he also had the same jailer for the whole of his life behind bars, the French prison warden, Benin d'Auvergne de Cinq-Mars.
What's really interesting about the man in the iron mask is his jailer, who is a very ambitious man who rises through the ranks and asks to be associated to look after the man in the iron mask. And sure enough, they're together for 34 years. Could you imagine the relationship? And it almost seems as though, it certainly seems as though he understands, his jailer does, that this is an important individual, maybe a royal individual, or somebody who knows something so fantastic that they cannot be killed.
His jailer, Benin d'Auvergne, actually took on an extra title of Cinq-Mars, which to a certain extent seems to make him think that he was special. And he actually took on looking after this possibly royal prisoner for the rest of his life, from 4 different prisons for 32 years. And to be quite honest with you, he looked after him so well that he has actually been heard actually calling him my prince.
Cinq-Mars, who was the jailer of the man in the iron mask from the first incarceration all the way through the other prisons and finally to the Bastille itself, was a very ambitious man. And had there been an opportunity for him to be promoted and to be well treated by Louis XIV in return for his total trustworthiness and his total secrecy, then St. Mars was the kind of man who would have done that.
There is a lot of evidence that the governor of the prisons that the man in the mask was in treated him with almost with deference, almost with a slight element of awe. That this person was a person of some status. There's stories, for example, of other prisoners and, doffing their caps and calling him my prince. Of course, it could have been sarcastic, but taken together with everything else and the way he was treated by the governor, then it probably wasn't sarcastic. He probably was a person of status.
In 1687, the man in the iron mask was transferred to a remote island off the coast of Cannes in southern France to a prison known as Fort Royal. According to reports, a special cell block was constructed just for him to keep him in total isolation, which is still accessible today. I'd arranged to meet local historian Christophe Roustin de la Tour, who agreed to show me around.
Ah, Christophe. Bonjour.
Hi.
Ça va?
Thank
you. So this was once a fort, is that right?
Yeah, it's a fort standing on the border of France in those days.
So there wasn't a prison here then?
No, there was a military garrison, a few hundred soldiers strong, certainly in its heyday. And the prisons were built for the arrival of the man in the iron mask in 1687. Yeah, specifically for his arrival.
Which suggests then that he was quite an important guy, whoever he was.
You can read it that way. Certainly, we don't have the answer, but they were built to his specifications.
And it feels like nothing has changed here for 300 years.
No, it's almost in a pristine state. This is the way the man in the iron mask would have seen, certainly, the fort in those days.
So would there have been musketeers stationed here?
Yes, Samar, the Iron Mask's custodian, brought with him a troop of musketeers.
To here?
Yeah.
So when does he first arrive here?
He arrives here on the 30th of April, 1687, coming from the Italian Alps, his preceding prison, the Fort of Exile.
Okay. And would it have been common for prisoners to have worn iron masks?
I don't think that common. I mean, we have no trace of any other prisoner having an iron or other velvet mask.
Right. And, I mean, it strikes me the only reason why he would have been forced to wear a mask would have been to conceal his identity, right?
Yes, it's probably not a punishment of any kind. It's really to hide his face.
And why would it have been so important to conceal his true identity?
Well, that's really a matter of speculation. Again, who is the most recognizable figure in the land? Probably the king. Therefore, it's sprouted a lot of theories about the identity of the Iron Mask in relation to the king.
Because people aren't going to know, people aren't going to recognize, there's no TV, there's no magazines, people aren't going to recognize.
That's right. The most recognizable face is that of the king. It's on all the coins any peasant in the realm would have had in his pocket.
So was the prisoner kept on this island the twin brother of the king? Why was he given such elaborate conditions? A jail cell on a private island away from the prying eyes of all but his guards. And why was he said to have been visited by King Louis XIV's sister-in-law, Elizabeth Charlotte? Afterwards, she sent a letter to her Aunt Sophia, stating that she'd seen the prisoner in his cell and that he had 2 musketeers at his side to kill him if he removed his mask. She described him as very devout and that he was well treated and received everything he desired. It does seem that a very great fuss was made over this man, whoever he was.
Well, of course, the problem between the twins is that one would have been born before the other and obviously would have been the heir to the throne. But, of course, who would have known which was which? One was probably more contriving than the other. Who knows which one, but one was locked away in an iron mask. And of course, the whole idea was that he wasn't allowed to speak to anyone. No one was allowed to speak to him. No one was allowed to see him, because if that mask came off, then God forbid, zut alors, c'est le roi, he's the king. And the poor lad spent the rest of his days in darkness.
This is the prison? Yes, this is a slightly later addition to the 2 cells built for the Iron Mask, but these were built during his stay here.
Here we go. And this is where it was kept?
Yeah, this is the first cell here on the left.
So this is the cell where he was for, how many years was he?
11 years.
11 years. Wow. Look at this. It's a bit bigger than I'd imagine.
Yeah, it's about 30 square meters. It's very spacious, nice height under the ceiling, with a lot of commodities for the day.
Sure.
Behind you, there's a chimney, a latrine,
right,
and this big window.
Nice view of Cannes.
In those days, nothing on the other side except perhaps a small fort, but nice view on the sea.
Sure. So what do we got? What's this here?
These are the latrines.
Oh, right, okay. This is where he would have done his business, right?
Exactly.
It's quite comfy. And so what else would have been in here? Would there have been any furniture?
Yeah,
I guess
he had some furnishings. We have no idea what it might have been. But judging from the size of the room, the latrines, the fireplace, even if it's a north-facing cell, it's actually probably more comfortable in those days than what the soldiers of the garrison would have had on.
Is that right?
Absolutely.
They must have been pretty upset about that.
They may have been. They may have speculated a little bit about the identity of the mask.
So if the prison cell itself was considered to be quite, I mean, luxurious is probably not the right word, that again would suggest that the prisoner was indeed an important person.
It might. I think if we look at the cell built for the Iron Mask to his specifications, this is how they built the cell. And it does tell you something about the type of prisoner he might be.
I have to tell you that it really brings this incredible story home when you're inside his cell. The first thing that strikes you is how spacious it is. And with the furniture inside, the frescoes on the wall and the view of the Bay of Cannes, it clearly was designed for someone of some stature and importance. But who?
Who do you think the man in the Iron Mask really was?
The big question. I think the best candidate is a man called Eustache d'Auger, or d'Angers, but we don't know who that man was exactly. What we know is he had some secret, some state secret. He might have seen something or participated in an event which he was sworn to secrecy about under pain of death.
But would people have recognized Eustache d'Angers?
No, absolutely not.
So why would he have worn a mask?
I have no idea. I don't know.
But the reason why I say this is because presumably he's wearing a mask to conceal his identity.
Yes.
And the most famous person at the time, the most recognizable person, would have been the king, Louis XIV.
Yeah. The lore of the day, propagated by Voltaire and others, suggests that he had a connection to the identity of the king. Somehow the identity of the king plays into this whole affair. So he's then incarcerated because he's a threat to either the dynasty or to the person, the king himself. Whether that's true or not, we just don't know.
Is it possible the man in the Iron Mask could have been related to Louis XIV?
It's possible. It's not certain, and I don't think we'll ever find out, because the people in those days were very cautious. Secrecy was very high, and I don't think we'll ever find out the true identity. Actually, true identity, the true nature of his crime or the reason for his such a punishment. 34 years in prison for something we know nothing about.
I think we can say, based on how we know that the man in the Iron Mask was treated, that the idea that he was a member of the French royal family does make some sense. The comfortable private prison, the royal musketeer guards, and, of course, the mask itself. The only point of him being forced to wear it would be that he was instantly recognizable to everyone. And I think Alexander Dumas got it right. I think there's a strong case to be made that he was, in fact, the twin of King Louis XIV.
This is Cannes here, right?
Yeah, about a mile away.
Okay. Yeah, there was no way he was going to escape from
No,
here.
not a chance.
And this is his cell at the far end there?
Yeah, it's the very last window in the main building.
Would he have been able to communicate with the other prisoners? Or?
No, probably not. The legend is that he did try at one point to communicate with the outside world by throwing a silver dish where he'd inscribed his name, his true identity. And this dish was recuperated, so the legend says, by a fisherman who promptly brought it back to the governor of the fort and who asked him if he could read what was written on it. And having ascertained he couldn't read, then the dish was kept.
Right, so that spared his life.
The mystery was, yeah, it spared his life, and the mystery was saved as well.
So as King Louis XIV's brother, you know, the king is going to treat him well, right? He's not going to kill him. It's his brother. He doesn't, you know, hate him. He wanted the throne. So he's kept in isolation and has to wear a mask because nobody can see who this guy is. Because they would say, hey, you're the king's brother. You're the rightful heir to the throne, aren't you? So he had to be kind of kept a little bit out of view.
On September the 18th, 1698, St. Mars was transferred once again, this time becoming governor of the Bastille in Paris. And once more, he brought his masked prisoner with him. Now, there's nothing left of the infamous Bastille jail, which stood on this very site for centuries. But according to eyewitness reports from the time, there was a prisoner kept in isolation under heavy security. And yes, he did wear an iron mask. He's said to have died on November the 19th, 1703, after nearly 40 years in prison. A skeleton was found in his cell, its skull still ensconced in an iron mask.
In 1789, when they stormed the Bastille at the beginning of the French Revolution, they were obviously tearing through the building, and they went to one of the deepest, darkest dungeons, opening various doors. And inside this rather small cell, still chained to the wall, were the remains of a skeleton, wearing, would you believe, an iron mask.
Ironically, the iron mask made the prisoner even more noticeable. I mean, no one stands out in a prison unless you're a raving lunatic, but this chap did. He had a mask on, and there's many historical accounts of him being seen in this prison or that prison or on this boat on his way to another prison. Voltaire mentions that he was seen in the Bastille wearing this iron mask. So it really led to the creation of the legend in the first place.
It's very sketchy who he really was, but there are reports of people entering his cell, taking off their hats, bowing to him, and of course, Benign d'Auvergne actually referring to him as my prince. So what little evidence there is leads to some form of royal personage.
One question had been bugging me. What was it like to actually wear an iron mask? What did it feel like? Presumably, it was like putting your face into a prison cell. It would have been uncomfortable and hard to see, hear, or even eat with. My French producer, Eduardo Flaherty, was happy to help me find out, and had arranged for a blacksmith, Olivier Fesneau, 3 hours outside Paris, to make one using the same tools and methods from the 17th century.
This guy is one of the most famous blacksmiths of the whole region. He builds, amazing works of art.
Right,
and
sure.
He's agreed to make a mask, like a mask made in the 17th or 18th century.
Right, okay.
And he's just absolutely extraordinary. He's really, really good. Bonjour. Ah. Olivier, come out here. Olivier. C'est Jamie. Salut. C'est Jamie.
Bonjour, Olivier.
Et ça, c'est the mask. This is the famous mask.
Wow.
Bon.
Look
Okay.
at that.
Okay, wow. So, Olivier, qu'est-ce que tu fais exactement?
Hey, je le repousse.
Okay, he's making it round.
La forme.
Oh, he's getting the right form for it.
Voilà.
Et ça, c'est vraiment une masse du 17e siècle, 18e siècle, oui?
Ah, c'est ce qu'on peut imaginer. Oui, je n'étais pas là.
You can imagine this is a mask just like that time. Oops.
Maintenant, je chauffe le
Okay. And now he's heating it up one more time. Et après ça, tu vas mettre... Donc ça, c'est vraiment un masque que les gens, les prisonniers ont porté, oui?
C'est une cage. Une cage pour un prisonnier, oui.
It's a cage. They were just blocked in there.
And Olivier, where did you get the design for this mask?
Où est-ce que tu as trouvé le design pour cette masque?
My hand.
Right. In his head. So you're a prisoner. You're a reincarnated prisoner. Okay, watch out. He's gonna in the water. Whoa, here we go. Wow. It's hot. Ooh. So here he's putting the last touches of making it a bit round, a bit more solid.
Sure.
Mais ça faisait combien des heures?
Environ une trentaine d'heures. Voilà.
30 hours of work to put this mask in.
30 hours to make that.
Chaque partie, chaque pièce a été chauffée. Il y a...
Every single piece had to be heated, molded, sculpted, put together.
Sure.
Wow.
And I'm guessing he's never had to make anything like this before.
Est-ce que tu as jamais fait une masque dans ta vie? He's never done this.
Attention.
Okay, tu fais ça. Oh, whoa. Est-ce que Jamie peut toucher? Wait, tu veux toucher?
Well, it's hot. No?
Come on, Jamie. Put it on.
Oh, yeah. Can I hold it? Is
the mask?
Yeah. Wow, that's really heavy. Wow, that is amazing. And so this is the kind of thing that the prisoner would have worn.
So le prisonnier, il devait porter un masque comme ça, oui?
Oui, je pense, oui.
Ouais. Et donc le fameux prisonnier, le Bastille, Sainte-Marguerite, il a porté un masque comme ça. Chaque fois qu'il est sorti en public, il a porté un masque plus ou moins pareil pour cacher sa tête. Hein?
Voilà. Dans la pénombre, on ne voit pas son visage, dans le noir. Oui. Pendant des années, oui.
Olivier told us that it took him over 30 hours of work to fashion this iron mask, and frankly, it looks terrifying. And to hold it in your hands really brings this whole shameful story to life. To think that a real prisoner wore a mask like this for nearly 4 decades inside a prison cell is a sobering thought. It must have been a living hell.
I'm not sure it fits.
Oui.
On my large head. Like this?
Ça y est. Oui.
If it goes on,
Oui.
is it gonna...
Voilà.
Oh!
Super, tu l'as mis, oui.
Wow. That is horrific. Does it suit me? Oh, okay, go on. In here?
Oui.
Coller dedans, tu dis, mais
Là.
impossible d'enlever.
Impossible de l'enlever.
Ah.
Impossible de l'enlever.
Really? So now it can't come off?
Non.
Oh, great.
Couper la tête.
That is really, really uncomfortable. Ouch. It's so heavy. I can't imagine spending a day in this, let alone 4 decades. That is horrible. I really want to get this off now. Can you get it off for me? Seriously, it's horrible.
Alors, tournez en même.
Oh, that was horrific. Whoever came up with this was a very cruel man indeed. That is horrific.
wear that thing for more than just a few moments would have been very, very uncomfortable, painful, difficult. It restricts your hearing, it restricts your vision. Wearing this mask, which must have weighed 3 or 4 kilograms, then the prisoner would have been lucky to survive for a year wearing the thing, and not for more than 3 decades.
If it's true that he was forced to wear a mask like this at all times, the most logical conclusion is that the man was instantly recognizable or had a very obvious resemblance to another person, most likely the king. That he was the twin brother of Louis XIV, as Alexander Dumas says, is by far the most likely scenario. And not able to actually kill his brother, he was removed from court and imprisoned to a life behind bars.
If this is true, then the whole thing is the most tragic tale. Someone of royal blood actually not only locked away but tortured, terribly tortured with this heavy mask on his face, and lasting 32 years in a dreadful prison cell. That when his jailer came in, they always took off their hats and bowed to him.
The story of the man in the iron mask fascinates us because it's a great conspiracy story, and it's got all the intrigue of and the mystery of who was this man in the mask? Was he a masked royal? And all the different mysteries attached to it, and the legend has grown over time because of that. We love a good mystery as human beings, don't we?
I believe the man in the iron mask was a real historical figure, not a work of fiction. Question is, who was he? And there's 2 or 3 really good candidates. I'm not sure we'll ever know.
Everything points to the hand of power coming down from the monarchy, coming down through Richelieu and going, we are going to take control of this man right up to beyond his last breath.
He is, without doubt, one of the most famous prisoners of all time. But is it possible to say who he really was? For me, it's the nature of his imprisonment, the isolation, the high level of security, and, of course, the iron mask that suggests that it was vital that his identity was kept secret. So the theory that he was Louis XIV's brother seems to make a lot of sense. An older brother, a legitimate heir, brutally airbrushed from history. I'll see you next time. According to legend, the vampire is a mythical being who subsists by feeding off the blood of living creatures. They're the stuff of nightmares, prowling through the night, sinking their fangs into their unsuspecting victims. But are they real? And do they, as some claim, still exist today?
In a nutshell, a vampire is a man or woman who has died but exists in the afterlife by feeding on the blood of living creatures.
In recent times, there have been numerous exhumations of vampire burials. Some of them beheaded with the heads placed between the knees, others with wooden stakes driven through the heart.
There are thousands of them all over the world. Mostly people who have watched Interview with a Vampire, watched True Blood, or read some Twilight book, and that's what they want to be.
There's vampires everywhere. Vampires can be doctors, nurses, solicitors, bank managers. We could be anyone.
There's no benefit in drinking blood. It basically goes through your body and then it's expelled. And actually it could be dangerous if you're taking high levels of blood into your system because you could overdose on iron.
This is our vampire killing kit.
So this contains everything you might need to dispatch a vampire. Some of the stuff you know from fiction, some of the stuff perhaps from folklore as well.
Vampires exist, but not the way that you think they do. There are people who role play, and there are people who play for real.
According to modern folklore, a vampire is an undead being who rises from the grave and feeds on the blood of living creatures. Typically, they were said to wear shrouds and were often described as having a gaunt, pale face and, of course, a sharp pair of fanged teeth. And killing them, well, that was quite a performance.
According to legend, the best way to kill a vampire is to go in its coffin during the day, of course, when it's helpless because of the light, put a stake through its heart, or cut its head off, and or pin it to the coffin, break its legs, nail them to the coffin, so come nighttime, it can't move, it's imprisoned.
Traditionally, they belong to Eastern Europe. In Britain, there are one or two rather pathetic little outbreaks that turn out to be nothing of the sort. In Eastern Europe, the idea that the dead can rise from their graves and suck blood from the living is kind of imprinted in the DNA of the people there. Certainly in rural areas, in Poland, for example, Czechoslovakia, Romania, people totally believe that there are such things as vampires, and they take steps to prevent them from wreaking havoc in the villages.
Bram Stoker's 1897 book Dracula is regarded as the quintessential vampire novel and forms the basis of the vampire legend which we understand today. It spawned countless TV shows and films, all dedicated to the fanged phenomena. Real or not, vampires are big business.
Bram Stoker's novel Dracula completely changed the game, taking away the Eastern European undead, putrefied, zombie-type figure that rose from the grave to something far more romantic, count with a cape and fangs, and completely changed the thing and sold millions of novels and plays and films.
Bram Stoker's book, Dracula, was huge. I mean, this is where the party starts. And it's because he has the knowledge of all the folktale that's gone before him. Vlad the Impaler, all the other sort of myths and legends about vampires. But what he does is really special. He makes them sophisticated and quite sexy and just a bit daunting.
I am Dracula.
Vampires are infamous for drinking the blood of their victims, often women. And back in the Middle Ages in Europe, people were simply terrified of them. But according to legend, there were certain things that were able to ward off vampires. Garlic is one example, but also sacred items, for example, a crucifix, a rosary, or holy water. Also, according to the law, vampires are said to be unable to walk on consecrated ground, such as churches or temples, or cross running water. Deborah Hyde is an expert on the vampire phenomena and agreed to meet me in a North London cemetery to tell me all about them.
Deborah, what are the origins of the vampire legend?
Well, they seem to be a southern and eastern European folklore construct from at least the 9th century, possibly further back than that. And it continued to exist all through medieval times and even into modern times. Really, we see vampire legends where there's a combination of epidemic death and where people misunderstand the normal processes of decomposition.
And when you say people misunderstand the process of decomposition, what do you mean by that?
We understand that when people die that they eventually decompose, but it's not a uniform or an easy process to predict. And things like the pH of the soil, the temperature of the environment, how deep you manage to bury a body, what somebody died of, all of these kinds of things end up playing into whether they actually decompose in a particularly predictable way.
The legend of vampires starts in Eastern Europe in sort of medieval times. And it starts because people totally misread and misunderstand what happens to a body when it decomposes after death. You know, it sits upright, blood is churned up through the esophagus and out of the mouth, and it looks as though these bodies are still alive in the coffin, but in reality, it's just the natural process of dying and decomposing.
And they found bodies with stakes driven through their hearts in Eastern Europe, haven't they?
They have. It was a perfectly respectable way of getting rid of a vampire to stake them either through their heart or their navel, any part of their body. And we might think that this is a very metaphorical kind of a thing, but it's actually just a very large pin. If you had a body that wasn't buried sufficiently deeply, predators were getting at it, perhaps it was bloating and moving around in the grave, then you could keep it physically where it was by staking it to the ground.
Conversely, it's not just the decomposition, it's the preservation of the bodies. Imagine if you bury your mother in midwinter in a shallow grave and someone goes in digging because they want the clothes, the jewelry, and they see she's perfectly preserved. So hence the legend of the undead is born.
So this is what gave birth to the whole vampire legend that we know of today, right?
Yes, yes, it is. And there's all sorts of things that you could do to actually make sure that that kind of half-dead, half-spiritual, half-alive being was depotentiated. You could stake it, you could burn it to ashes and drink the ashes. You could decapitate it. They're all very kind of mechanical measures that would be taken.
So the killing of a vampire, the driving the stake through the heart, that is actually based on medieval evidence.
Traditional vampires, yes, would be staked into their graves, either through the navel or the heart. And then in Romantic literature, they went very much for the heart because it was more symbolic, it was more flamboyant.
Staking through the heart is the most commonly cited method of killing a vampire, particularly in Eastern European cultures. But it was also common practice to bury sharp objects alongside the body, such as sickles, so that they would penetrate the skin if the body tried to leave the grave. In recent years, many of these so-called vampire burials have been discovered in Bulgaria.
Vampires seem to have originated in Eastern Europe in the 12th and 13th century. People in those days misunderstood dead bodies, putrefaction, the fact that it was very cold in those countries and people couldn't bury people very deep. They'd come back 3 weeks later to find mother, a child, dug up, dragged out of the grave, half-eaten, blood all over them, and rumours started to spread.
This is Ravadanovo Castle near Sozopol in Bulgaria. In 2014, a so-called vampire burial was unearthed here, where they found a skeleton with a metal stake driven through its torso. According to experts, it belonged to a man aged between 40 and 50 and dates back to the early 13th century. And so far, over 100 of these vampire burials have been unearthed in this country.
In recent times, there have been numerous exhumations of what are known as vampire burials in Eastern Europe. They've found bodies, some of them beheaded, with the heads placed between the knees, others with wooden stakes driven through the heart, stones, huge stones, sometimes in the mouth, and large stones actually sometimes placed on the face, which they believe to be the bodies of vampires, because the whole idea is, of course, to keep them in the grave and not let them rise from the grave.
Well, approximately the last 5 years, there have been about 500 burials found of these supposed vampires. But really what it goes to show is that the dating of these vampire skeletons is that it goes from the 1100s all the way through the 19th century, and it demonstrates a whole fear culture about vampires. Not that vampires actually existed, but that people have been afraid of vampires for a very long time.
The discoveries have made Bulgaria one of the vampire capitals of the world, with literally hundreds of bodies being discovered all over the country. Unusually, rather than the traditional wooden stakes through their hearts, the corpses here were buried with ploughs, sickles and farming tools embedded in their torsos. In 2012, museum director Bohidar Dimitrov revealed one of the suspected vampire corpses to the world.
Archaeologists dug up these moneyed bloodsuckers whilst excavating a monastery near the Black Sea.
In Sozopol, we unearthed 700 Christian graves and found only 2 traces of anti-vampire manipulation.
And this is where the skeleton they claim to be a vampire is kept, at the Archaeological Museum in Sozopol, and I'm here to meet the man who found it.
The alleged vampire skeleton is on display on the first floor of the museum, and Bohidar has arranged for a local translator so that I could ask him all about the discovery.
Why do you believe this to be a vampire?
Аз съм учен рационалист и не вярвам, но старите българи са вярвали, че човек след като почине, ако е добър, отива на небето в рая. Ако е лош, остава тук на земята. Хората са вярвали, че лошите хора в 12 часа през нощта са излизали от гроба, материализирали са се и са тръгвали да пият кръв на хора и животни. Единственият начин да се предотврати това е било в гроба му. Група младежи обикновено са го правили, са пробивали тялото му на 3-ти и 4-ти ден от смъртта с железен лемеш.
So this looks like a kind of iron axe head. Was this what was used to stab him through the heart?
Това казва прилича на желязна част някаква. Това ли е нещото, с което са намушквали?
Това е. Да, това е силно корозирало, отчупено отгоре, но на места се намират цели. Кой знае защо са смятали, че железният лемеш на плуга това е режещата част на ралото. Са смятали, че точно това трябва да използват.
So this part of the plough would have been driven through this man's torso.
И казва, тази част е била забивана в тялото на...
В сърцето.
Exactly, not only the body, but in the heart.
So they believe that this man was a vampire.
И вие вярвате, че този човек е бил... Хората са вярвали, че този човек е бил вампир.
Че може да стане вампир.
The people believe that this person can become a vampire.
Или може би някой е разправил вече, че го е виждал по улиците на града след 12 часа.
Or some people around put some rumors that they have seen him around the streets after midnight.
Right.
In fact, there have been hundreds of so-called vampire corpses dug up across Hungary, Romania and neighbouring countries, all with similar metal farm machinery embedded in their skeletons.
Do people believe that the vampires exist today?
А хората вярват ли, че вампирите съществуват днеска?
Да, за наше големо изумление от един документален филм, сега правен, разбрах, че в Румъния, покрай българската граница, обичая съществува в едно село и сега, а най-неочаквано една млада докторантка от Видин съобщи за подобен случай само преди няколко години в едно село във Видин. Това е северо-западна България.
So what, they're doing it today? They're driving stakes through people's today?
И те го правят същото.
сега също.
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Wow, that's extraordinary.
The best is, of course, finding burials where the skeleton has a stake through its chest. And they actually call these vampire burials. So it's testament to the fact that this wasn't just some light-hearted belief. It was a really important part of their belief system. And they took it quite seriously indeed.
People were terrified of suicides rising from the grave. And this is really where it came from. Basically, a wooden stake was driven through the heart and a stone placed on the face to stop them rising, because they knew that the suicide wouldn't be at rest, because they knew that the suicide wouldn't get into heaven and didn't want to go to hell and would rise.
There have been hundreds of vampire burials being discovered in Eastern Europe. I mean, it's obviously the tip of the iceberg. Certainly, a few centuries ago, there was what was known as an epidemic of vampires. Whole villages became vampires because their relatives had risen up from the grave and in some way infected them, because it was thought of as a plague. It was a very real thing, it was a physical thing, and they had to do something about it. So they would go to the graves and they would prevent their relatives from getting out of the grave and doing it to other people.
To complete this remarkable story, I was then taken down to the ruins of the old castle in Sozopol, overlooking the ocean, to see the actual grave of the alleged vampire in the museum.
Гроба на вампира е зад олтара на средновековната църква в това съоръжение. Доста монолитно изградено. Тук бяха открити костите.
Okay, and the skeleton was here with the iron through the torso.
И скелета беше с прободеното сърце с този метален предмет.
Да, скелета е положен съобразно християнската практика с предмет в жизненно важен център, в сърдечната област.
And how many vampire graves did they find on this site?
Следи от такива практики, от 700 общо открити в няколко периода на некропола, се забелязват само при мъжки и женски гроб, изградени в съобразно християнската практика в подобни.
The vampire graves bring to light the fact that the belief in the existence of vampires was dead serious. Today it's fiction. We enjoy a good vampire movie, and every year we get a new one. We think they're funny, we think they're sexy, we think they're romantic, but these were real. These were things that people feared, and these vampire graves serve as testament to that.
In modern fiction, vampires are depicted as suave, charismatic men and women, the most famous of which, of course, was Count Dracula. Curiously, there are self-confessed vampires still living in the world today. And they're not rampaging through the Carpathian Mountains in Eastern Europe. They live in Slough, in the west of London. And their names? Arrow Draven and Leah Benninghoff.
There's vampires everywhere. Vampires can be doctors, nurses, solicitors, bank managers, mechanics, someone working in the local supermarket, your friends, your family. We could be anyone.
When I first saw that he was a vampire, it was very interesting. I was like, okay, didn't know there was actually proper real vampires out there. I've always hoped there was. And to finally meet one was actually very interesting, to finally get to know what it really is and everything, what the lifestyle's like and everything like that.
I wasn't concerned about anyone having bad thoughts about me turning Leah, because the only thing that was of concern to me was what Leah wanted. She wanted me to turn her. I explained to her what whatever questions she asked, I answered for her. Said that she had to think about it carefully because it's not like saying, oh, I want to go get a new pair of earrings. You know, it's a whole different change of lifestyle. But it's what she truly wanted, and we were already a couple at that point. So it was natural for me to agree to turn her.
There is that whole erotic sense of vampirism and drinking each other's blood, that kind of intimate connection to it, but really there's no benefit from it.
Leah says that she can remember the exact moment that Arrow turned her into a vampire and she drank human blood for the first time.
He turned me into a vampire. It had to be at night at 3 a.m. in the morning, the witching hour. And really it all consisted of he drank my blood and then I drank his blood. Like a sort of a cycle feed.
The vampire culture has people we class as donors, who are people who willingly allow us to feed from them. So, like I say, there are some, I'm sure, out there who would try and take it by force, but most of us believe in, you know, respecting other people's wishes, other people's bodies. We don't do anything to harm others, or, you know, even for whether it's for our own benefit or anything else.
Why is it said that vampires drink blood?
Blood is identified with life force. If you take something's blood out, it dies. So it's a metaphor for just taking its life force away.
But isn't it poisonous? Drinking blood's not good for you, right?
To actually drink blood, yes, it's not very good for you. The animals that do it are especially adapted for it, vampire bats and so forth. You can get iron poisoning and kidney failure. So if you're going to drink blood, stick to small quantities.
There are many people in this day and age that believe that they are vampires. They become blood brothers, blood sisters. Some of them carry a vial of blood around their neck, or their partner's blood around their neck. They drink blood. Some of them, God forbid, make sacrifices of chickens and various things. Dress in black as goths, wear false fangs sometimes. They believe it, they love it. It's sexy.
There's something marginal in society about the attraction of being gothic, or that whole goth persona, dressing differently, putting on that persona of darkness. And vampire culture kind of goes along with that, doesn't it? Being rebellious, being different.
They don't have fangs, they're not biting each other, but they're taking systematically blood from their body and giving it to their mate to drink. So it's almost like a cult of intimacy. You know, they sleep during the day, they're out at night, they live the entire vampire lifestyle, at least as closely as they can.
As well as those who enjoy drinking each other's blood, there's said to be an altogether darker side of this phenomena. John Michelson, a pseudonym, is a former city trader in London who claims that he was attacked one night by a group of real-life vampires who assaulted him at a party and then drank his blood. Today, he says, he's on a mission to investigate and expose their activities and believes his life is in danger. He agreed to talk to me as long as he covered his face.
Vampires exist, but not the way that you think they do. If you think about society today, for example, in England, there are about 15,000 vampires living in the UK, according to a research poll, if you believe that. You have those who experiment, role play, meeting at venues, bars, clubs, internet forums, and then people requesting to be donors. So out of these 15,000, say 10, 20% are actually in the practice of bloodletting, blood drinking. But for some people, that's not enough. Then there's that, where do we go next with this? And that's when we get to what we think real evil is, and that's why we could say that vampires do exist. It's those that get the thrill out of taking blood from someone that doesn't want it taken in the first place. There is a group in London, the elite, shall we call them, very, very rich, very, very well protected, that want people, successful people, men, women, impressionable, limited contact with the outside world, as it were, who they want to recruit into their circle to keep the blood fresh.
Michelson claims that people are actually trafficked into London illegally to act as victims for these vampire groups and then are attacked, their blood drained from their bodies, and many die. All this activity, he says, taking place under the radar of the police and the media.
They're very clever in the way they do this, in the same way that someone might pay for sexual services or some kind of domination. They mask it under this. So they surround themselves with gangs, as it were, gangs from Eastern Europe and from Turkey, who kind of provide a front for this kind of activity. So they deliver the goods, they then take what they want and then give it back to them to deal with the consequences. Have you seen someone on your street who is trafficked? How would you know? In the same way as if I said, there is a vampire on your street, how would you know? They don't dress in capes. They don't fly about at night hanging on street corners. They don't howl when there's a full moon. They do none of that. They are people who once had morals, who have abandoned that because it's okay. You can find people with a similar interest online who want to be like you. So there are people who role play, and there are people who play for real.
As long as there have been vampires, there have been people who have tried to hunt and kill them. But it's said that you need special equipment to do so.
Now, bear with me on this, but I've been told that the Royal Armouries Museum has a bona fide vampire killing kit on display here in Leeds. Let's go check it out.
The curator at the museum, Jonathan Ferguson, is something of a horror movie buff and thought it would be interesting to have a piece of genuine vampire lore on display here in Leeds. And he wasn't wrong. Since it first appeared a few years ago, it has attracted tens of thousands of visitors, all eager to see how you could go about killing a vampire.
Okay, Jamie, this is what I wanted to show you. This is our vampire killing kit. So this contains everything you might need to dispatch a vampire. Some of the stuff you know from fiction, some of the stuff perhaps from folklore as well, all mixed in together. So I suppose most obviously we've got the gun here. This is a real gun, Victorian, 1850s or 60s. Kind of the Saturday night special of its day, not that expensive to buy, very simple to operate.
Okay, so this is a real gun, right?
Absolutely.
And this would fire silver bullets?
That's a big debate. Our kit didn't come with any silver bullets. Some of them do. The silver bullet is more or less werewolves.
So if the gun doesn't do the job, what else have we got?
Well, now in the middle of a fight against a vampire, I wouldn't necessarily want to be doing this. However, we gently remove this.
Yes, look at that.
It's a bit like a box of chocolates. There's a second layer.
Can I dive in here, please? There we go. That's what I've been looking for.
Yep.
So that, for me, is the most kind of iconic weapon that you could use against a vampire. Stake through the heart, right?
If people do happen to encounter a vampire, there are only two ways of killing it. Number one, cut off its head. Number two, ram a wooden or a metal stake right through its heart. End of story. Job done.
So this isn't authentic. Is that what you're saying? This is sort of vampire memorabilia.
I don't think we'll ever know for sure. That's why they are wonderfully mysterious things. It's not impossible that 100 or so years ago, someone came up with one of these things. Perhaps it's a bit of a joke.
Going back 200 years, when people did very much believe in vampires, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that they would have had implements in the home to kill them?
Certainly not impossible. Perhaps the biggest thing against it would be the people that believed in this stuff, that actually tried to kill vampires, did it with found objects. They did it with stakes, spades, scythes, that kind of thing, which is why they don't survive. So again, a great thing for us to have to tell people all about the history of protecting yourselves from things that maybe don't exist.
What's curious is that more and more so-called vampire bodies are being unearthed around the world. In Romania during February 2003, several relatives of a local farmer, Toma Petra, feared that he had become a vampire. They dug up his corpse, tore out his heart, burned it, and mixed the ashes with water in order to drink it.
I read about a guy recently in Romania who was thought to have been a vampire?
Yeah, that was pretty recent. That was Toma Petra, and he had died. His family thought that he may be acting in a vampiric way because one of his relatives became ill. So they dug him up, they got his heart, they reduced it to ashes, and they fed the ashes to her. And she did recover, so it worked for them.
And this is only 12 years ago.
Yes, I think that these kinds of folklore still exist all over the place. People still believe in stuff.
So the chap dies, they bury him in a grave, and then in the next sort of couple days, family and villagers become ill, particularly the daughter of his brother-in-law, who becomes so concerned that he is, well, obviously coming back from the dead to prey on his family and the villagers, that he and his 5 mates go and dig him up. They take out his heart and they burn it at a crossroads, and they pin his legs to the coffin. All the things that you would do to somebody who you thought was a vampire. The only difference is, this is 2003, and guess what? He and his 5 mates, all 6 of them, got 6 months in prison.
This was way, way beyond just some folklorish superstition, because these people were doing things like going down to the graveyard and digging up their own mother, their own daughter, their own uncle, and hammering a stake through their hearts, cutting them open, cutting their heads off. Totally horrific, but they felt, with everything that they were, that they had to do this to save themselves and to save their village.
While traditions might fade, superstitions die really hard. And in Eastern Europe, they're as real today as they ever were. And that case in Croatia is a great example. This is not ignorance. This is people believing what their grandparents and their grandparents and their grandparents before them believed. As far as they're concerned, it's reality.
In the 1970s, stories began to emerge of a vampire roaming around at night here in Highgate Cemetery. Amid stories of strange goings-on and people being attacked and blood sacrifices, the press had a field day. But what was really going on?
Highgate vampire stories are really the ultimate British B-movie. You have, mob exorcism going on. You have someone running around claiming that he's chasing vampires. You have British bobbies running all over the place, hunting for vampires and ghosts in the night. Really, it's kind of a crazy mob scene, isn't it?
A group of ghost hunters in the 1960s, early 70s were ghost hunting in Highgate Cemetery. It was pretty derelict by this time, and one of them spent the night there and believes that he saw a ghost, a figure dressed in a cape wandering through Highgate Cemetery.
It all starts in sort of the 1960s when the Satanists are doing rituals in the tombs in the cemetery in Highgate. And what they find is that on the walls of the tombs are images of an entity they're trying to manifest. And people who have analyzed this have been led to believe that if manifested, this entity would stay.
On Halloween, whether it's the same group or another group, actually broke into the cemetery, dug up a recent grave, spread flowers in circles in the graveyard, and hammered a metal stake through the coffin lid and through the heart of the person in the grave. Why they did it, where it came from, I don't know. But it's now become a famous legend.
Large
Large numbers of amateur vampire hunters flocked to the cemetery, and one of them even got himself arrested. His name is David Farrant, and I've come to Highgate to meet him. What was it that you saw in Highgate Cemetery that night?
Well, I can't tell you, except it was a very tall figure, almost as tall as the gate. That is the top gate of Highgate Cemetery. Now, I didn't know if it was floating above the ground because the bottom of the figure seemed to disappear into blackness. I could only really see where it was higher, and it was highlighted against the sky. And also the area around myself that turned icy cold. Bear in mind it was a bitterly cold night anyway, in December. And I got the impression that it seemed to be trying to communicate with me.
What was it trying to say to you?
It's not so much trying to say something, it was draining me of energy. It's almost like I felt I was being hypnotised, sort of falling into a dream I had no control over.
Most people see what they want to see. So if you'd gone along to Highgate Cemetery in search of a paranormal figure floating around in there, you may have seen a tramp walk across the graveyard and gone, oh, I saw it. It was there, I absolutely saw it, and then it disappeared. And then you see something like a dead animal, and you think, oh, well, that must have been what the vampire ate. Then the newspaper gets hold of it. The newspaper says a figure was seen eating a fox, draining it of its blood, coming out of a tomb, when in reality nothing like that was ever said. But people read the newspaper, the next generation of vampire hunters comes along, expecting to see that, and they see what they expect to see again. And so the story sort of self-perpetuates.
There was quite a press furore at the time. I've seen the clippings, and I've seen pictures of you being arrested at that time. Why were you arrested?
We were holding a vigil, and we cast a circle by the grave of a 17th century pirate. And the police turned up. Admittedly, we had a few symbols on the ground, magical symbols. We were trying to communicate with that. And ironically, the police turned up just as the church clock was striking midnight. All of a sudden, these figures came charging out of the undergrowth. And I was arrested and charged with indecency in a churchyard.
David Farrant, sort of head of the British Occult Society, had a really important role in the whole Highgate vampire story. He's the one who's going into the tombs and uncovering the fact that there were satanic rituals going on there. He's the one who identifies this entity that's trying to be manifested, and he's the one who kind of goes on this journey to find the vampire.
When this story broke, it caused quite a reaction, didn't it, in London?
Yes, especially in Highgate. When you start mentioning words like black magic, Satanists, or vampires, people get very, very hostile, which is why I never described it as a vampire. I described it as a ghost. And that's the sort of thing I was looking into, and also quite a few of the other local pubs around Highgate, where this black tall figure has also been sighted, to see if there's any connection between the two figures.
If it isn't a vampire up at Highgate Cemetery, what is it?
Well, as I said, I think it's an unexplained entity, a ghost, something that may have remained earthbound, which has been seen. Let's remember this, it's been seen by many, many local people, not just myself. I only saw what two other people had already witnessed.
Curiously, to this day, there's reports in Swain Lane, which is the road that goes right by Highgate Cemetery, of civilians reporting to the police seeing a tall man with dark, piercing red eyes walking across the street and through the wall. Now, they know nothing about the Highgate Cemetery vampire. It's sort of a cult subject. Not everyone knows about it, but this gets reported to the police every 2 or 3 years. So it's quite curious that there continues to be the sort of spotting of an entity that people associate with the vampire.
And is what you saw still there?
Yes. It's there. It's been sighted very, very recently. And not only the actual figure itself, but people have had experiences there by the top gate. There's some sort of energy there which affects mobile phones and affects cameras. Often people have tried to take a picture after having a tour of the cemetery and the battery's fully charged, it just goes dead. There are loads more people we have on record, and we can't possibly say they were all imagining more or less the same thing. It's been witnessed by many other people.
So let's be real. I mean, the account of the Highgate vampire, fantastic, entertaining, enthralling, romantic, sexy, all of that. But is it real? I really doubt it.
From the reports of vampires roaming through Highgate Cemetery to burials in Bulgaria and real-life bloodsuckers in Slough, this culture is well and truly alive. And thanks to TV shows like True Blood, it's gained a whole new generation of fans. But are any of the stories of vampires true, or is it all just a gothic fantasy? And at the end of the day, there's one question that stands out above all others. Just how good is it for you to actually drink someone else's blood?
I can categorically tell you that there is absolutely no benefit whatsoever from drinking blood, either from a chalice or from biting someone in the neck. It goes in one end and out the other. End of story.
We're told there's an energy rush in drinking blood. You know, it's a highly taboo thing to do. But in reality, the dangers, i.e. the diseases, far outweigh any potential health benefits.
The irony is that after centuries of the menace of vampires, something hideous coming at you, stinking of the grave, and you running away because it's pure nightmare, now you have all millions of young girls thinking, vampires, wonderful, bite me, bite me.
To be honest, I think that today people are playing at being vampires. I think they're taking something from myth, they're taking something that's been really current in popular film, and trying to live it out.
So, are vampires real? Or is the whole legend born out of ignorance and superstition, fueled by the likes of Bram Stoker and Count Dracula? Certainly those people that drove the stakes through the torsos of those bodies in Bulgaria thought they were real. But it seems to me that nowadays most people who believe themselves to be vampires are simply playing out some kind of gothic fantasy. More Count Duckula than Dracula. I'll see you next time. Satanism. To some, it's a religion as valid as Christianity. To others, it is a dangerous and subversive cult. Whatever the truth is, there are thousands of devotees of Satan, and it's becoming more and more popular thanks to the internet. But what really goes on beneath the robes, amid the candles? Is there a darker side to the sacrifices and the rituals?
Satanism refers to the real or mythical figure known as Satan, whose followers look at him as an inspiring, just, and even heroic figure.
These people that genuinely believe in Satan and all of his darkness, they believe in it far more probably than the pure white light of Christianity.
What if there is a ladder beyond us which consists of beings of pure energy? And what if some of them are morally good and some morally evil?
Today, it's estimated that there are as many as 100,000 Satanists in the world, all worshipping the devil, with the goat of Mendes becoming one of its most common symbols. It's a worldwide phenomenon, and it's growing every year.
Satanism is becoming more popular, and I think one of the reasons is probably the decline of the Orthodox Church, of Christianity. They've kept us under a very tight rein for the best part of 2,000 years, and yet all of us deep down want to be sinful and do naughty things. And of course, that's what Satanism is all about. Sex, debauchery, and anything else that you want to do, Satanism allows you to do it. Hallelujah. Praise the new Lord, Satan.
Satanism is pretty much at its pinnacle of popularity. It's estimated there's over 100,000 members of the Church of Satan, and it's really become quite trendy.
We see a lot of TV shows geared towards the whole concept of, very dark, satanic, witchcraft-oriented sort of TV. And we see a whole counterculture of teenagers who are becoming more interested in this and growing popularity then because of it.
There are certain extremely dubious black magicians who perform all kinds of unholy ceremonies in the name of Satan, and for them, by responding to him as the personification of evil, they can justify their own evil acts, their greed, their unrestricted sexuality, and the other strange things that they do, the blood sacrifices and so forth.
I haven't come forth in a great many years, but I can assure you, Satanism is here to stay.
Perhaps the most widely known aspect of Satanism is the Church of Satan itself, which was founded by a man called Anton LaVey in America in 1966. Today, it has thousands of members across the world and has its headquarters in the appropriately named Hell's Kitchen area of New York City. Where else? Gavin Baddeley is the church's representative in the UK, and he's agreed to meet me and tell me all about it.
I'd imagined that there would be more kind of ritual sacrifices and pentagrams and candles and capes and that kind of thing.
Oh, we certainly have our pentagrams and candles and capes. But yeah, that image exists and we play up to it. And a lot of people who are drawn to Satanism are drawn because they, the sort of sex and blood iconography is very appealing. And certainly there are members of the Church of Satan who indulge in various rituals. But at core, I think far more significant is the way in which people think. And it's very easy as somebody who occasionally operates as a spokesman for Satanism to be drawn into fulfilling other people's expectations. They want the blood and the candles and the goats and everything, and that's there. But that's not what Satanism is.
But do you have ceremonies and rituals?
They take place, certainly. I've fielded a lot of telephone calls from journalists over the years who say, I want you to take me to a naughty naked ritual, and I'll bring my credit card. And it's kind of like, find your own naughty naked ritual. If we do these things, they're for ourselves, they're a form of theatre, they're a way of energising, they're fun.
The Church of Satan is a very corporate American thing. It's very big in the States. It's so big, in fact, now that you can actually dial 1-800 number and you'll get a call. Hi, Church of Satan, how may I direct your call? And the Americans absolutely love it. It's a cult, and they love cults. It is spreading. It's spreading to Europe, and it's spreading to England as well.
You have to imagine there's a lot of people who feel that the standards that God has set out are just too high and really quite unfair and not really something that they're up for adhering to. So this notion of the devil being kind of, you know, accepting of who you are and just a little bit naughty has a certain appeal to people.
The Church of Satan wasn't so much a pro-Satan, pro-evil. It was more of an anti-church establishment. Certainly from where it came out of the 50s and 60s, you had very much a Christian American ideal, which for a lot of people was not what they wanted. So it was a very good way of breaking away and saying, I don't want that, I want this. I want the sex, I want the drugs, I want the alcohol, I want the music, and I want to have fun. And a lot of it stemmed from having fun. One of the things that Anton LaVey said was his difference between him and the Christian church was that the Christians believe that if someone strikes you on the cheek, you forgive. He believed if someone strikes you on the cheek, you punch them in the face. Apart from that, it's a beautiful religion.
The worship of Satan is a practice as old as our civilization. But since the rise and dominance of Christianity in the Western world, it's gone underground.
In the 18th century, it became very fashionable for the aristocracy to hold secret meetings in the dark, undisturbed corners of their estates, where these satanic rituals were said to have taken place. Now, one of these groups was the infamous Hellfire Club, and they held their meetings here in these West Wickham caves.
The Hellfire Club had a reputation for wickedness and debauchery on a legendary scale. It was said that there were decadent parties, orgies, and satanic worship going on deep underground. Local guide Jack Orr agreed to take me down into the labyrinth and show me around.
So we are a set of tunnels that were done in 1748. And the beautiful thing about us is we are 100% man-made.
Okay.
And the whole way down, it goes 300 feet underground, quarter of a mile. And at the very bottom is the inner temple, which is the man-made hell of this place. The man who commissioned this place, Lord Dashwood, was the head of the debaucherous, notorious Hellfire Club, a secret society dedicated to, well, as we believe, mocking religion.
So this is where the Hellfire Club would have met, down in here?
Mm-hmm. They used to meet originally at Medmenham Abbey, which is a couple of miles away from here, but it was too public. They had the newspapers following them, and so they went, oh, we need to go somewhere else. Where better than underground?
About halfway down through the caves is a large cavern cut out of the limestone where all manner of debauchery was said to have taken place.
So this chamber coming up, this is the one I truly want you to see. This is the pinnacle point, the absolute hive. This is what they called the banqueting hall. Right. Step on inside.
Oh, wow, look at that. That's extraordinary. So what would have gone on in here?
In here, this was where they really released all their inner Bacchus, as it is. This is where they succumbed to the flesh. This was where they became even more intoxicated. So as said, they were dressed in costume, but this is where the costume would start to fall off.
Okay.
This is where they would start truly indulging themselves in several different manners. So they would begin feasting in here, and they would begin drinking even more, consuming more and more. And in these chambers behind us, these 4 alcoves, there weren't bars, there were curtains across here, and there were beds inside.
Right.
So as they were all gorging themselves here, with gluttony and whatnot, they would retire there for the more lustful acts. And as you can tell, because of how this chamber is built, the sounds of all the singing, of all the grunting, all of it would have just filled this chamber and would have carried up the passageways. This would have come to life and reverberated with just sin, I suppose, is the best way.
The Hellfire Club was actually nothing more than a group of toffs upper-class people, and the whole idea of it was sex and drugs and rock and roll. Unlike so many things that people don't know about, including Masons and all sorts of other things, anything that we don't know, because it was always held in secret. And the reason it was held in secret was basically because they were doing things that their wives probably wouldn't have been very keen to know about. And so people make up stories. And so it was all to do with demonology and Satanism and the black arts and black magic and all these dreadful things that they were doing. Were they? Yeah, a little bit. They were probably testing the water a little bit, but on the whole, I think it was a jolly good drinking club where a few girls were brought in, everyone got drunk, and things got rather out of hand. Nothing more than that.
The Hellfire Club was an exclusive sort of society for highbrow Britain in the 18th century, but it was really twisted. You're now several hundred feet under the earth. Anything can go on there. Nobody's gonna know. This is why you're there. You're outside of London. No one even knows you're there. And what goes on in the Hellfire Caves stays in the Hellfire Caves. And you can only imagine that they were completely unaccountable. Nobody had to apologize for anything. You walk into those caves, all bets are off. You can let all your inhibitions free and behave just the way all your fantasies would tell you you'd want to behave. That was the real 50 Shades of Grey.
So how did one become a member of the Hellfire Club?
Well, it was a secret society. So it was purely on invitation and sort of election. A man of the club could put your name forward as a possible member based on your character. There were 13 apostles. There was a sort of hierarchy, and the 13 apostles were in charge of the more secretive side of the club. They, led by the abbot, who was often Sir Dashwood himself, they did all their dark business down here. So now we're about to go to the very bottom. We are reaching our final destination as such.
Okay.
And we're about to cross over the River Styx. And I'm sure you know the legend that once you cross over the River Styx...
That's it?
No coming back.
So what, there's actually a river down here?
It is. It's a man-made river. And they would have taken a boat from where you're standing now to their final point.
This is it?
This is indeed the River of the Dead and the Damned. And round the corner is a cursing well where they used to baptise new members into the club.
Right, so there wasn't a boatman here, though?
There would have been a gondola from this side to the other to ferry them across.
Oh, right, OK. So what would have happened in here?
Well, this is where the 13 apostles and the abbot would have met. This is the secret part of the secret society. And in here we have statues depicting all of the members for their meeting. And at the very back, we have the statue of Venus overwatching everything that they're doing. And there's all sorts of rumours as to what exactly happened in here. Going from, oh, it was just lads having a good time, drinking a bit much, to ladies used to come down here and lose all of their virtues to these men.
And what about any kind of evidence of satanic worship, rituals?
Sir Francis Dashwood has had a whole library of occult and black magic books. He really leaned towards it. He found it fascinating. So it is possible that he indoctrinated a lot of these ancient rites among all of the lords and ladies in here. And you would be absolutely amazed what a lord in the 18th century could get away with if he wanted to.
It really is a strange feeling being down here in the caves, truly oppressive and quite forbidding. A rich man's satanic fantasy carved out of limestone hundreds of feet underground.
These guys that are sacrificing goats, screaming goats, cutting off the heads of chickens, drinking blood, and basically doing everything that's anti-Christ, for want of a better word, do they believe that they're actually getting something out of it? Or is it a load of absolute crap?
They definitely could have gotten up to anything they wanted to in those caves. I mean, who was going to check up on them? We don't have the modern day press hounding them like we have today, watching and stalking their every move. So it was a very elite group of people, very secretive, and if one ratted on another one, well, then there goes their community. You would think that they would want to keep this secret. Who's going to find out? So they could get up to anything that they wanted to without anyone monitoring them.
On the surface, it was really a gentleman's drinking club. But by all accounts, it got very pagan. And in fact, it was an excuse for the high-class ladies of society to really kind of act out their sexual fantasies, because that's what it was. It was more of a pagan sex club than it was anything else.
The current Lord Dashwood agreed to meet me in the grounds of his family's estate and discuss the goings-on of his former ancestors.
Sir Edward, what would have gone on up there?
We don't know exactly what went on, in direct answer to your question, but we have a good idea. Some people imagine the worst, and you have all sorts of stories that come out, particularly in the Victorian times, of what they got up to. We know they had a lot of fun. That's the main thing.
Was there any sort of satanic rituals going on down there?
I like to think not, and we have no evidence of it, although he was clearly interested in all sorts of peripheral things on the side of that. So we have Masonic symbols in one of the rooms in the house here, and we have a river Styx at the bottom of the cave itself, and the inner temple. And the river Styx, you know, your mythology, it separated the real world from the underworld, and it was where care on a boatman led you across. So the fact he even built the river Styx, you know, he was interested in the afterlife and all of that. There's no doubt.
There's stories about a woman who was said to have been turned into a nymphomaniac. Tell me a bit more about that.
Yes, that was great fun. That was fantastic. So I think it was in the middle of the 80s. I recall it reasonably well. And a coach party of old dears went down the caves, and one of them came out and said she'd been a spinster all her life, had no sexual experience whatsoever, and she was assaulted by the evil influence of my ancestor, and that the Satan was at work, and he was alive and well in the caves, and therefore it should be closed down immediately because this influence had turned her into a raving nymphomaniac. And the local, not just the local papers, actually, I think the News of the World or the Sun or one of those newspapers got a hold of it, and it was on the front page, you know, Clays must be closed down due to evil influence of Sir Francis Dashwood. And the only result was we doubled the number of visitors who came to the caves, who were all obviously looking for the same experience.
And there was a priest who visited the caves who felt that there might have been some kind of evil influence down there. Tell me a bit more about him.
Well, it's quite interesting. We do get people from time to time who do feel, now whether it's their imagination or there's some reality behind it, they definitely go down there and they feel something strange, or they're not happy with the atmosphere or the influence the caves have on them. It could be their imagination, it could be true, but yes, no, you're absolutely right. From time to time, people, they come back feeling very strange from having visited the caves.
One of the most popular and disturbing manifestations of Satan and evil itself is a possession. A human body that has been taken over by a demonic entity, or even the devil himself. Chris Thompson is a practicing exorcist. He says he carries out dozens of exorcisms every year, and that he's becoming increasingly busy. He's allowed us to film a recreation of a typical exorcism.
Not your place. Step away from her. I command it. Leave her alone now. Leave her.
Really, all you've got to do is find out if it is genuinely something that's possessing them, or whether it's in their mind. I mean, obviously, people can get terrified by what's going on. So first of all, you establish if it's genuine, and then find out who it is and get them to move out, using whatever methods necessary. There's various things I use. I do have holy water. I can also use smudging, which is burning white sage. I've also got smokeless methods as well that I can use.
What is the point of an exorcism? What are you trying to achieve?
The idea is to get whatever's moved into the host out of there.
What are you saying has moved in?
It could be a demon, or just another spirit that's moved in there to somehow try to interact with the person.
And are they real, or are they just imaginary on the part of the person you're exorcising?
To the person that I'm exercising, they are very real. But who knows? Does the spirit actually just affect the mind, or does it affect the whole body?
Do you believe that there are demons, there are spirits that go around possessing people?
I do believe that there are things that we don't know about, for definite. I've recorded them on many occasions. I've experienced them for myself. Yes, I'm a medium, but I'm also very sceptical. And I'm trying to find out what it is. I don't know whether what I'm talking to is the spirit of another person, or for all I know, it could be little men from Mars that's somehow communicating with us. And I need to find the answer.
To exorcise someone, you have to believe that they are possessed by a demon, by something evil. It basically comes, again, from Christianity, of course, and the fact that there's good, so there has to be evil. And so anyone that happens to be hearing voices or anything like that, it's a demon that's either whispering in their ears or a demon that has possessed them. And the only way to get that demon out is by bringing in a priest, splashing holy water on you, screaming, "Begone, evil demon," getting them to recite various oaths and things. There's no such thing as demons. Trust me. According to the Catholic world, to conduct an exorcism, you have to be an ordained priest. But as regards Christianity as a whole is concerned, any good Christian can conduct an exorcism, a successful exorcism. I personally have, in the past, conducted exorcisms. I can't tell you whether they've worked or not, because I'm not sure how much I actually believe that anyone is possessed with an evil demon.
In an exorcism, there's the sorts of things that you would expect, and you've been seeing in films for a long time. So the primary objective is to find out the demon's name. If you can find out the demon's name, you can expel them. But while you're trying to do that, you have the person who's suffering, who's possessed. They're speaking in tongues, they're vomiting, they're using vulgar language, they're behaving in a way that looks like as though they're mentally ill. They're both buying into the fact that there's a demon involved here, and thus they're both taking on roles that may just be that, not real sort of possession, but physiological sort of association with what they think they should be saying and doing and behaving.
Exorcisms can get extremely wild and rather volatile, to say the least. Projectile vomiting, spitting, young girls that are literally timid, actually with male voices, scratching and literally having to be held down by men to stop them from attacking the person that's actually conducting the exorcism. Whether it is a demon inside them or whether they're just plain bonkers, I don't know.
I'm not going to deny the existence of a spirit world, but what I do deny is the authenticity of most of these exorcists. I think they're putting on a show. I think it's sort of placebo. They're behaving in a way they've seen on television, or they feel they need to behave in order to get a reaction, a placebo reaction from the possessed. It's really a show. 9 out of 10 times, I don't think it's very authentic at all.
When you're doing an exorcism, and I haven't done many, but yes, I think you can actually tell if there is something genuinely when I say in that person, demon I don't know about, but I think you know whether they are genuine or whether they're actually acting it out and putting it on, whether they've put themselves into a trance before it or it's just purely an act. Yeah, you can tell.
On some occasions, I think that we are dealing with a mental problem, a psychosis of some kind, and if the person with that psychosis has a deep religious conviction that evil spirits exist and that one has got into him, and a priest then performs an exorcism, if he believes both in the power of exorcism and in the evil spirit as part of his psychotic imaginings, he will then feel better. So an exorcism can heal psychosis as well as driving out some sort of tangible psychic entity.
A famous Satanist was Aleister Crowley, an English occultist from the early 20th century. Now, he set up the religion and philosophy known as Telema, in which he was the prophet entrusted with guiding his followers. He gained widespread notoriety for his use of religious sacrifices and sex magic, and was denounced by the press as the wickedest man in the world.
Aleister Crowley was a strange man. He wasn't a Satanist, he wasn't a witch, but he was wicked, he was evil, and at the age of 11, he actually murdered the family cat. And the reason he did it was because he wanted to test whether a cat really had 9 lives. So he bashed it on the head, he strangled it, he poked its eyes out, he tried to drown it, and he set fire to it. And this was all, as he said, in the name of science. He was a strange gentleman. He was into sex and drugs and rock and roll, debauchery. He was bisexual, and he was into the occult big time.
Aleister Crowley might be the most famous occultist, author, and most importantly, ritual practitioner of magic that's ever been.
Some historians claim that Crowley was recruited into British intelligence and that he remained a spy throughout his life, although this was never proved. As his actions became more and more extreme, in 1920 he was told to leave Britain or face arrest. So he established a satanic commune in Sicily, where he lived with his followers practicing ritual sacrifice, sex magic and other depraved acts. Aaron Paramore is an occult researcher who has studied Crowley in detail. He thinks he really was as wicked as he was portrayed.
So what was Crowley getting up to?
Well, he kind of earned his name, the wickedest man in the world, because he was a notorious bisexual. He enjoyed men as well as lots of women. He was a mountaineer. He was the enfant terrible. He took lots of drugs. He performed sexual magic. And all of this, in that time frame, was just considered to be kind of like absolutely off the map, off the deep end. You know, he was members of secret organisations, occult organisations. He claimed he was the Great Beast 666. And he performed, various rituals. We know that he sacrificed a goat in the Abbey of Telema in Sicily. There was a rumour of a cat being sacrificed and the blood being drunk, although that probably wasn't true. Certainly not the blood being drunk. But he got up to pretty extreme things. He was into extremes, and he pushed his followers into those extreme ends as well. Even if you weren't comfortable with it, he would push you and push you and push you and push you. His magical motto is "I will endure." So it gives you a sense of what this guy is. Essentially, I think Crowley is a bully. But he bullies and pushes people and they end up burnt out, and he's used them and he casts them aside and he keeps moving forward himself.
He'd got devotees that were doing anything and everything that he wanted. They believed that he was talking to spirits, possibly to aliens. Whether he really was this new Messiah, or whether he was just a dirty old perv that was having it off with anyone and everyone that believed so much in him. Nobody really knows.
What happened in Sicily?
In Sicily, he establishes his religion, and followers come out there, and he forms what he hopes to be a spiritual college. What it's more like is a commune in the 60s. So you've got a lot of free love, people having sex, taking a lot of drugs, which is absolutely scandalous. The British press get a hold of this, and he's absolutely, called the wickedest man in the world by the press while he's there. And eventually the goings-on and the rumour and the rumour mill gets so bad that Mussolini himself has had enough of Mr. Crowley and attempts to get him kicked out, and does eventually get him kicked out of Cefalù. In Cefalù, he was known by the people as a truly free man who lived freely from out the restrictions of kind of religion. But rituals did go on in there. We know there was a sacrifice of a goat in a particular ritual. We know there was a lot of drug taking and experimentation. There was a room in there called the Chamber of Nightmares. And these were these amazing psychedelic paintings of people copulating with goats, a big degenerate god with a big phallus. And this was supposed to allow you to get rid of your pornographic fantasies. You would eventually become clear of all that sort of stuff, and it wouldn't mean anything to you. You would get rid of all your Christian and your baggage, as it were, and you'd be free from guilt. That was the big thing about it. It's about being free from your own guilt.
Crowley moved to Sicily, and that's when things got really bad. That's when the sex and debauchery really started in earnest. Sacrifices, drinking of blood, sex with anybody. The man was trisexual. He'd try anything. And he really was an evil creature. There's no getting away from it. In fact, it got so bad that he actually believed in vampires and all of this sort of stuff, and he actually had his fangs filed down and pointed, so that when he was biting the necks of his lovers, mainly female, but both, he actually referred to it as giving them a love bite.
Aleister Crowley was definitely one of the most evil men in the world, and the legend speaks for itself, doesn't it? He participated in black masses and really questionable ritual practices with his whole Thelema religious group that he was involved in. Kicked out of England for his behavior and his involvement, and really got up to some really nasty deeds.
This is where they would have blood sacrifices, animal sacrifices, and although we can't prove it, we believe human sacrifices. Really morbid sort of stuff. And guess what? He was at the center of it. It was all about him.
He sounds almost a bit ahead of his time, really. It's something you'd imagine happening in the 60s, not in the 20s.
Certainly, after Crowley's death in 1947, things go quiet. The OTO, his big organisation, begins to splinter and break up a bit.
But it's the 60s where it really, really picks up. The Beatles put Crowley on the Sgt. Pepper album. His books get reprinted again. People are finding them in second-hand bookshops, you know, for very little money. Now they're like currency now, you know. And his whole philosophy begins to be taken on board by the 60s. Do what thou wilt. You know, do what you want. They took it to mean that. That's not actually what it means. It means find your true will, your reason for being here on this planet, and pursue it with a vengeance. That's what he was saying.
If you were to go on the internet and drag up the worst possible internet fetish sites you could find, Crowley probably did it. Now, you have to remember, he was one of the first. So he was always looking for something new, something interesting. There's a particularly famous one where he did a particular magical ceremony which involved a woman having sex with a goat. There was other ones where somebody died where they drank the blood of a cat that had been sacrificed. So if you can think of it, he probably thought of it about 100 years ago.
How popular is Satanism today?
Still very, very popular. You've got the Church of Satan still going strong. You have the Church of Set, which is a splinter group of that. And then within the Church of Set, the Order of the Trapezohedroid, which is a sort of H.P. Lovecraftian kind of feeling, a form of Satanism. A fairly sort of repugnant splinter of Satanism is the Order of Nine Angles. These guys have mixed Nazi ideology within Satanism. And they're a very, very far-right group. You can get a lot of their stuff on the internet now about them, and all their pamphlets and information are kind of published on the internet now. But quite a nasty kind of form of Satanism, to the point that neo-Nazis disowned the Order of Nine Angles and anybody associated with an occult, neo-satanic Nazi group.
At the very heart of Satanism are its rituals, the most infamous being the Black Mass. Its purpose was not only to worship the devil, but also to mock God, and may well involve animal sacrifices and blood, as well as blasphemy and obscenity. Its celebrants may well wear black robes and carry chalices and candles, and may often form a pentagram shape to carry out their ceremonies. It all is, as you can imagine, rather eerie. If I was to come across a satanic ritual or a black mass, what would I see?
The altar is often a naked woman. The chalice is not filled with wine. It can be filled with a mixture of I believe, sperm and water, and then sometimes it's filled with bourbon, you know. So there are elements of that still within Satanism, but Satanism has become much more sort of magical movement now. It's much more about spells, much more about sort of modern occultism, and less about the old form of Black Mass, which was, you know, in complete reversal of worship of God.
A Black Mass is a ritual ceremony that uses magic for two purposes. One is the defamation of God, and two is the veneration of Satan.
It's based on a Catholic Mass, only it's a lot darker. It's people dressed in black robes with hoods, black candles, inverted crosses, blood sacrifices, the killing of goats and their blood drunk, all manner of debauchery and sex. And even the altar is actually a naked woman. A live one, but a naked woman.
I think the credibility of Black Masses is really questionable. If you think about the participants, why are these people participating in something like this? Is there something psychologically going on with them? And believing in the power of that is probably what produces the power or the energy surge for them of exerting their will in this form of evil to try to obtain what they want. So I think it's really about the psychological aspects of it. Does it really have magical powers? In my opinion, no.
A satanic black mass is a magical ceremony and inversion or parody of the Catholic Mass for the purpose of mocking God and worshipping the devil. According to reports, some have involved human sacrifice, as well as obscenity and blasphemy of horrific proportions.
Are we becoming more satanic as a society?
I would say yes, we are. I think we are. I think we're moving away. We like to indulge ourselves. People go to the gym, people like to have sex, people like to take drugs, people like to do all these things that were restricted, and we do them. People go out at weekends sometimes, they'll take ecstasy and all the rest of it. And that's considered normal now,
Certainly as Christianity's in decline, people are turning to alternative forms of religion. And obviously Satanism, if there is such a thing as Satan, it's the alternative, it's something different. But to be honest with you, it gives a lot of people what they want. I don't think the church ever has.
When you look at it, let's be honest, the devil has a far better manifesto than the 10 Commandments. How difficult are they? This is the era of 50 Shades of Grey. So going out, having a drink, getting drunk, cheating on your expense reports, having an affair, those are things that you could kind of justify and, not be held accountable. So it's a whole different era when you think about it.
It seems then, in this ever-changing world, the cult of Satan is as popular as ever, with more and more people meeting online or in person to worship or simply hang out. A few of them are pretty hardcore, but the majority consider their Satanism as a kind of protest vote against the church. They don't consider themselves particularly demonic, simply alternative. I'll see you next time. For centuries now, King Arthur has been a mystery to historians. Was his story of Guinevere and Camelot and Excalibur simply an elaborate fairy tale, or was he a flesh and blood king? And if that's the case, just how different is the legend from the reality?
The figure of Arthur in history is probably massively different from the romantic, ideal, medieval king that we see.
I'm sure there was a great British leader called Arthur, but there was no Camelot, there was no Guinevere, and there was no great sword called Excalibur.
There could well have been a warrior called a Welsh variation of Arthur, but in the very early chronicles, he is not mentioned at all.
He was actually more likely a soldier in common, simple garb and living on a hill fort made out of wood, not in the fancy castle.
He wasn't a hair-flowing, sort of Brad Pittish kind of King Arthur. He was a tough dude, and he was acknowledged as a warrior and buried as a warrior.
For nearly 1,000 years, King Arthur has remained a mystery. The site of his fabled Camelot long forgotten, and the true location of his final resting place shrouded in the mists of time. So who was he? Where was he from? And did he really exist at all?
King Arthur is a legendary British military leader of the late 5th and early 6th centuries who led his people at a time of, great adversity against what appears to be the Saxon army and reinstilled sort of faith and independence in the land.
King Arthur that most people think about is a man in a suit of armor, on horseback, wielding a big sword and so on, when in reality, he comes from something about 500 years at least before the suit of armors were invented. He's going to be wearing leather armor. He's going to be probably on foot, leading a group of ex-Roman mercenaries. That's closer to the truth.
The mythologizing of King Arthur happened during the Middle Ages, so people imagined him to be a king or a warrior as they understood it, in armor, with a castle. The reality, of course, he would have been a Romano-British warrior. He wouldn't have been a castle, it would have been a hill fort. They didn't have armor as such then, and maybe just a breastplate.
We see these medieval romance writers really trying to, make something more of the story than what it was. It was very romantic, wasn't it? That you had this king in this wonderful castle and the beautiful queen, the huge table where everyone came together. It's a great story, but it's not reality.
There are three main theories as to the identity of King Arthur. The first is that he was a Dark Age king from Tintagel in Cornwall. The second is that he was a Roman Briton from the England-Wales border and helped defeat the Saxons. And the third, and arguably the most popular, is that he was from here in Glastonbury and was buried in this very abbey.
Tor Webster is a local historian based here in Glastonbury who takes people on tours of the main Arthurian sites in the area. He believes that King Arthur did live nearby and was even buried here in the abbey for a period.
This is a great place, Tor.
Yeah, it was the second largest and most affluent abbey in the whole of England at its time, after Westminster.
Is that right?
Yeah, even sometimes more important than Westminster, so it was a very important site.
What have we got here?
So, yeah, first I'd like to show you this. This is said to be the site where King Arthur and Guinevere's bodies were discovered by the monks in 1191.
Okay.
And,
why do we think it was actually them?
Well, they found a plaque saying here lies King Arthur and Guinevere, so that was kind of proof to the monks that that was what they had discovered here.
Okay. There was nothing buried with them that might suggest that.
Not as far as I know, apart from the plaque and the description also of how they were buried in historical.
And why Glastonbury?
Well, it's believed that King Arthur was one of the early Christian kings, and this is where Joseph of Arimathea, Mary Magdalene and Mary the Mother came and settled on this island, which in those days we believe called Innis Wittering, and they built the first ever Christian church here in 62 AD, the Wattle Church. Later on the Saxons called it the Old Church, and then the abbey was built up around that Wattle Church. So it's very important to them.
And there are no bones here now, though, right?
It's said that the monks moved them in a great ceremony up to near the high altar in the great church and put them in tombs there with black marble lids.
OK, should we go take a look?
Sure, let's go.
Much of the abbey has been destroyed over the years. First by King Henry VIII in the dissolution of the monasteries in the 16th century, and later just through neglect and the passage of time. What's left, though, is truly beautiful and enigmatic, and a fitting place for a royal burial.
So are we in the abbey now, then?
Oh, yeah, very much so. This is the high altar over here, and this is the site where the monks moved the bodies of King Arthur and his bride Guinevere, and in a big ceremony placed their bodies in 2 tombs, both with black marble lids.
Okay. So are there bones in here now, are they?
No, we believe that when the disillusionment of the abbey in 1539, they were most likely have been moved around that time by the monks, that they might have taken a lot of the artifacts and quickly buried them somewhere else in the landscape here. So we don't really know what happened to them.
You know, the industry of Arthur is huge, probably in the tens of millions. Movies, books, tours. And at Glastonbury today, you go there, I must say it's quite moving. You see the little plaque that says, here, and it's very humble. It's not like a big sign, it's a tiny little plaque. Here lies King Arthur and his wife Guinevere. And it's really rather moving and understated, which almost gives it a little bit of credibility. It's a shame it's fiction.
When the monks of Glastonbury allegedly found the coffin of Arthur and, as it said, his second wife, Guinevere, they made a lot of money out of it, and to some extent Glastonbury still does, because people know about this, and it pulled in the pilgrims, pulls in the tourists now. But there was something very odd, I think, about the inscription anyway. It says, "Here lies the famous King Arthur with his second wife, Guinevere, here in the Isle of Avalon." You would not, on the inscription of a royal tomb, say the famous. For example, it doesn't say on Elizabeth I's tomb, "Here lies the famous Elizabeth I." I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's unsubtle, and it's quite clearly invented.
Why Glastonbury Abbey should be the Vale of Avalon? Very good question. Certainly in the 11th century, the monks did find 2 skeletons, a man and a woman. They believed them to be Arthur and Guinevere. There isn't a shred of evidence to say that it was them, that's where they were buried and that's where Arthur was taken. But it's a jolly good story, and it's made Glastonbury a tourist attraction for the best part of 1,000 years, and it sold a lot of ice creams.
Well, one theory is that the bodies that they moved to the area of the high altar were not that of King Arthur and Guinevere, that they were actually Joseph of Arimathea and Mary Magdalene. I personally don't believe that to be the case, but it's interesting, the connection between them, because Joseph of Arimathea was a very important figure to the Arthurian legend, bringing the Holy Grail to here, which I believe actually was Mary Magdalene. She was the Holy Grail.
I read a theory that the monks made the whole thing up, and that obviously having Arthur's relics here would have attracted pilgrims, and pilgrims were good for business. What do you make of that?
Well, that's one theory. I personally believe that it was King Arthur and Guinevere buried here. But, you know, it's a story at the end of the day, and it's an archetypal story, and I think that's really what's important, not so much the ins and outs of it, you know.
The modern sort of Hollywood legend of Arthur originates sort of in the 12th and 13th century with the Grail romances, and really commences with Mallory a few hundred years later, putting the icing on the cake of the story. And each of them embellishes it in a different way. One of them adds Arthur has a wife, Guinevere, and he has a father, Uther Pendragon, and there's this chap named Merlin, and oh, here's Excalibur, and guess what? They all live in this amazing romantic place called Camelot. They each add a little bit to the story, slowly, 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 to the point where it's the epic we know today.
Do you believe King Arthur and Guinevere were once buried here, or do you think it's simply myth and legend?
I think it's very possible that King Arthur and Guinevere are buried right here, and that their bodies stayed there until the abbey was destroyed in 1539, and the monks moved their bodies to somewhere else in the landscape and buried there. But who knows? Your guess is as good as mine.
In ancient times, there were no lottery grants. You had to get money from pilgrims, and Glastonbury Abbey had burnt down. A few years later, in 1191, they contrived to announce they found the bones of King Arthur and his wife. And so it makes sense. They wanted money. They wanted pilgrims. They wanted to rebuild and expand their wonderful abbey.
The whole story of the monks finding King Arthur's bones and Guinevere's was, a great marketing story. It brought people into the town. They could then rebuild their church after the fire, and we still see this kind of tourism existing today. People want to come and touch a bit of Arthur. They want to see where he was buried, when in actuality, he wasn't buried there. Great story, but not reality.
You can't come to Glastonbury and not walk up to see the Tor, the ancient monument. It's quite a climb, over 500 feet to the top of the hill, but it's well worth the effort.
There it is. So that's where we're...
The abbey behind that hill there, Chalice Hill.
Oh, this is Chalice, so the abbey's just down here. Oh, well, I can see that's the... what's the church there?
St. John's Church,
St. John's Church?
Yeah.
So what was significant about the Tor, then?
Well, it's a great landscape marker, and people say that over 100 ley lines converge on here, creating a very special energy.
So is this Avalon, when people refer to Avalon?
Yeah, this is the ancient Isle of Avalon we're standing on here. All around us, the Somerset levels, this was all water 600 years ago.
So, do you think that Arthur would have once stood up here on top of the Tor?
Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure. Surveying his kingdom.
The truth is, Glastonbury ticks the boxes for what the historical Avalon should have. But is it chicken and egg? Which came first? The truth is, the historical sort of Arthur and probably Camelot would be more along Middle England, North Wales, that vicinity. That makes much more sense. So it makes you wonder if the region around Glastonbury, which is, sacred in its own right, didn't grow up with this sort of mythology in mind.
I have to say that being up here, standing on what could have been the ancient site of Avalon, is quite something. And it's true, you can imagine King Arthur on this hill, looking out across water, lord and ruler of all he could see. But Glastonbury isn't the only place in Britain that lays claim to be Arthur's home.
I'm on my way to meet a historian who spent the past 2 decades or so trying to unravel the truth about the real historical King Arthur. And the good news is, he thinks he might have cracked it.
Historian Graham Phillips's research has led him to a high-status burial ground on the Welsh borders, where he believes the great king is buried. I met up with him at a hotel in Shrewsbury to discuss his findings.
What do you got to show me? Right, what we have here is 300 years before the first of the Arthurian romances were written in the Middle Ages. You've got this record kept by Welsh priests. It's known as the Welsh Annals, and it refers to events throughout all of Britain that happened during the Dark Ages, so in the 5th, 6th century and so forth. And we find recorded for what is approximately the year 520 thereabouts, the Battle of Badon, in which Arthur carried the cross of our Lord Jesus on his shoulders for 3 days and 3 nights, and the Britons were victorious. That's the way that these monks would write about it, but it's a matter-of-fact, normal way of recording battles. And Arthur is there. Arthur is victorious.
But how do we know this is our Arthur and not any other Arthur?
The reason why, for a start, is the Battle of Badon. All the stories that were written in the Middle Ages have Arthur's greatest battle as the Battle of Badon. You've got another reference to Arthur here. We know 20 years separates them. And this says the Battle of Camlan, in which Arthur and Modred perished. Now, in the Middle ages, the story is that Arthur died at the Battle of Camlan, fighting his treacherous nephew Modred. So it certainly seems that by the late 800s, these people who are writing these records of their own history believe Arthur to have been a very real historical figure.
And this predates the Arthurian legend of Camelot and Guinevere and Excalibur and all that kind of...
By at least 3 centuries.
Wow.
3 centuries.
If he was, as I strongly suspect, a Dux Bellorum, a Roman war leader, he would have been wearing a Roman soldier's kit with a breastplate and leg armour. He would have had a short Roman sword and a very effective Roman shield, plus a Roman-style helmet on his head. There would have been none of this later armour of the kind that one normally sees in museums and Hollywood films.
Through his research, Graham has uncovered an 8th century manuscript written by a Welsh monk called Nennius, which tells of a British leader called Arthur who made a successful stand against the invading Anglo-Saxons from Denmark and northern Germany.
Nennius refers to Arthur. He says that Arthur fought against the Anglo-Saxons, and then he lists 12 of their battles.
Right.
12 battles that Arthur had against them in which he was victorious. And he just mentions in matter of fact, without any kind of elaboration or mythology or anything, Arthur is a down-to-earth warrior fighting the Anglo-Saxons.
And what does it? Where's the Arthurian reference there? Oh, right. Una Artur. Is that right? No.
Basically, what it says is, in that time, the Saxons strengthened in multitude and grew in Britain. On the death of Hengist, Other, his son, passed from the northern part of Britain to the kingdom of Kent, and from him descend the kings of Kent. That's just referring to an ordinary situation concerning the kings of the Anglo-Saxons,
right.
Hengist being one of them. And then it says straight after, then Arthur fought against them in those days with the kings of the Britons, but he himself was leader of battles and often victorious. He was leader in 12 battles fought against the Saxons, and then he lists them.
I sense we're getting closer and closer. It's quite clear that he was a leader of Britons and he led them into battle, which was what a king would have done.
Precisely.
The archaeology shows that the area around Middle England, the Welsh border, it was under assault, and there was a period in history when the Saxon invasion was stopped, and it was stopped right there. So the military leader who did that, he would have been a hero. So it fits. Historically, that's probably where he would have lived.
Graham's research into ancient texts of early Britain uncovered another gem. A story by a monk called Gildas, about 100 years later, describing the exploits of a local king whose battle name was De Urso, or the Bear.
Now, Gildas wrote around about 445 AD. Now, he is writing within living memory of Arthur's time.
Wow, so that's as close as you're going to get.
That's as close as you're going to get. Now, unfortunately, he doesn't talk about King Arthur. And many historians have said, well, that proves that Arthur didn't exist, because Gildas doesn't mention him. But he does mention somebody here called De Urso. That is basically the bear.
OK, and there's a picture, because this is like an illuminated manuscript.
It's an illuminated manuscript. Now, he refers to a number of British kings by their battle names. Now, what Gildas actually tells us about the bear is as follows. He's actually talking about somebody who's alive while he was alive. Why dost thou also wallow in the old filth of thy wickedness from the years of thy youth, thou bear, rider of many and driver of the chariot of the bear's stronghold, despiser of God, etc. And then he calls him by his name, Cuniglas.
There was a real King Arthur, but we're talking Saxon times. Think Roman centurion. Think somebody who's dressed in battle wear, not in knightly clothes on a horse. That comes 500-600 years later. He's living in a hill fort. And the sword that he uses, Excalibur, that didn't exist for many hundreds of years. There was no 12-foot broadsword. There were much cruder axes and instruments that were used around the time of the true Arthur.
I think it's much more credible, the idea that he would have been a British-born Roman leader. That's much more credible than something that's way out there like we see in the medieval romances. I think there's evidence to that. We can't make a definitive decision about it, but we have to leave open to it. But I think that definitely it's an important possibility to consider.
Using his detailed research, with access to the ancient documents at the British Library, Graham says that Cwneglas, or Kinglas in Welsh, was son of a warlord known as Owain Llangwyn, the real historical King Arthur, also known as the Bear. Interestingly, his descendants in the Middle Ages were the Earls of Warwick, whose family symbol was, yep, you guessed it, a bear.
So, you look next to bear in English and see what the Welsh equivalent is.
Bear. Arthes. Arthur.
Precisely. The actual modern Welsh and in Old Brythonic, the language spoken at the time in Britain, the word for bear is arth.
Arth.
And in Brythonic, Arthur means the bear. So, at the time we believe that King Arthur existed, there is a man whose name would have been pronounced locally as Arthur. So I'm saying that I found Arthur, and the reason why no one's dug up anything saying here lies Arthur or anything is because that wasn't his real name.
In the Arthurian romances, King Arthur is said to have ruled from a magnificent fortified city called Camelot. However, its site has never been discovered, but digging into the historical texts, Graham believes that he may have found its real location. Historically, around 500 AD, Britain had fragmented into a number of smaller kingdoms, the largest and strongest of which appears to have been the Kingdom of Powys. Now merely a Welsh county, in the late 5th and early 6th centuries, Powys covered much of what are now the Midlands of England and central Wales. Its capital was Viriconium, once a thriving Roman town that became the most important city in the country during the post-Roman era. And it was here, Graham believes, that the real historical Arthur, Owain Llangwyn, ruled.
Why do you think that this place was Camelot?
Well, the evidence is twofold. Firstly, we have the archaeological side of things, and that is that this particular place, Viriconium, around the year 500, when Arthur is said to have lived, was the most sophisticated and powerful city in the country. The other three major cities of England, during the period the Romans were here, had all been invaded by the Anglo-Saxons. That's London, Lincoln and York on the eastern side. This then remained as the capital of Britain at the time Arthur is said to have lived. So what I try to do is to say, well, if Arthur really did exist, and he did rule from the most powerful city in the country, as the legend says, then this is the most likely place he would have come from.
From the, shall we say, pictorial castle of the type that Disney would have favoured, the real fairy tale castle with its turrets and towers and battlements, what Arthur more than likely had as a fortified enclosure was a very simple Anglo-Saxon type hill fort, or a Roman type hill fort, mainly wooden stakes pointing outwards towards the enemy to slow them down as the defenders got rid of them.
The last archaeological excavation at Viriconium took place in the 1990s and revealed that there was a major rebuilding of the city around AD 500. The nerve centre was a palace of an extremely important chieftain, possibly the real historical King Arthur, Owain Llangwyn.
So this is all Roman, is it?
This is Roman, but then rebuilt at the Arthurian period into the most astonishing defensive structure. I mean, that would probably have been the outer wall of Arthur's inner defences, or his mansion, if you like, or palace.
Right. So you believe then that Arthur would have lived here, or this would have been his...
This was both a defensive structure, a court, and a hive of industry. They made swords, weapons here. There was farming going on around it. So it was, I mean, in legend, Arthur's Camelot is said to have been both a fort and a grand city, and that's what this was.
Thing is, right, why wasn't it called Camelot?
Ah, now that's a good point. If we were looking for somewhere called Camelot and we could just look on a map and say, oh, that's Cam something, and people have done that, then that would have been a lot easier to have found Arthur's seat of power in the first place. But unfortunately, looking for somewhere called Camelot doesn't work. It was the invention, the name was the invention of a French poet by the name of Chrétien de Troyes in 1190 in a poem he wrote called Lancelot, and he needed a word to rhyme with Lancelot.
Oh, and that's
and hence Camelot.
The real King Arthur was most likely a Roman leader. He wasn't the King Arthur we think of today from medieval romance, of living in the fancy castle on the hill. The legend of Camelot, of Guinevere, of Excalibur, these are all medieval additions that were added to the romance and to add to the intrigue of the story.
It's very likely that there was a historical figure who fits the bill for what's described about this military leader who led the assault against the Saxons. But more likely than not, Arthur would have been a title, not their name. And it's very possible, think about it, he would have been a Roman military leader, and where would he have lived? Probably in one of the 2 or 3 big Roman concentration capitals throughout Middle England.
Almost certainly, if Arthur really existed, he was a Welsh warrior. He was, if not from Wales itself, then from the Welsh-English borders. But still, the question is, did he really exist?
I understand what you're saying, but what I really need is something that tells me that King Arthur did exist and wasn't just a myth and a legend, some tangible evidence that suggests that he might have actually existed.
There is. Now, we've seen that Owain Llangwyn was called Arthur the Bear and that he ruled from here. What archaeologists found when digging here was quite a bit more about the history of the kings of Powys, this area.
Right.
And Owain Llangwyn had a father who also had a battle name, and that battle name was the Terrible Head Dragon. Reason for that is that his father had been king of another kingdom in North Wales.
And the dragon
became the symbol of Wales.
Yeah.
So we know that the dragon is the symbol of these people. That was his father. He kind of split off and came here, did Owain. His father was called the Terrible Head Dragon. Translate that into Welsh, and it is Uther Pen Dragon. The terrible, as in mighty, Uthra, pen, head. Dragon is the same. The Terrible Head Dragon, Uther Pen Dragon. So not only do we have a man here whose name was Arthur, who ruled from this most powerful city, his father was called Uther Pendragon, exactly the same as we are told that Arthur's father's name was.
It's interesting that it's the Celtic countries that really bring out the Arthur archetype. And it's a time when you need that savior archetype. The Crusades haven't gone that well, and the Celtic lands are in need of believing in something and feeling good about themselves. And that's exactly what this legend allows them to do.
So where are we headed to now, Graham?
We're heading to a place called Rhyd Gros, which is Welsh for Ford of the Cross. And it's here that my research suggests very strongly that King Arthur died.
Why do you believe it to be the place where King Arthur died?
The very oldest of the Arthurian stories, Dark Age war poems that refers to Arthur's death, says that he died at the Battle of Camlan, C-A-M-L-A-N-N, and where he's actually encamped just before the battle is said to be at Riddy Gross. Now, there are very few places still called that in the country. There's only one anywhere around Viraconium, about 12 miles to the southwest, and that's where we're going, because that is where I believe Arthur's last battle was fought, because of the name, Riddy Gross. This just coming up here is wait a minute, we should be able to see it. Yes, that's it. That is it.
Let's have a look.
So this is the bridge in question. But back in the period that Arthur lived, this was actually a ford. Right. Now, if you remember, the earliest reference to where Arthur fought his very last battle, the Battle of Camlan, is said to have been at Riddy Gross, which is also said to have been a ford across a river. And this is the place, I believe, that earliest reference to Arthur's final battle where he died actually refers to.
So this was the battlefield here, was it?
Well, we don't actually know. There's been no archaeological work done here because no one's had any reason to do any archaeological work. It's only me who has worked out that this is the Riddy Gross in question. It fits with the geography of the description of the last battle, according to the Old Welsh poem, because it says Arthur's main forces are in a fort a mile away. Now, right over there, at the top of that hill, a mile away, pretty much, is an old fort, which was a Roman fort, which was still being used. We know this because it's been excavated at the time Arthur is said to have lived. And so Arthur has his horsemen, his cavalry, a mile away, encamped around this ford of the cross, Riddy Gross. This is also the boundary between Arthur's kingdom, if he is Owen Thangwyn, as I believe, of Powys on the one side, and his nephew, Maglacunis's kingdom of Gwynedd, that side. So that this would have been a place where they might have met for battle.
And how far away are we from Camelot now?
About 12 miles. And this road here is the road that went there. So you can see them, two armies moving, one from out of Wales and one from Camelot area.
This is where they would have met.
And this is where they would have met.
Whether it's fact or fiction, whatever you believe, the King Arthur story continues to be as vital today as it was 1,000 years ago. And that's because it's about hope, it's about romance, it's about the fact that times are tough, but you know what? Around the corner, they're probably gonna get better.
So this site has never been excavated, has it? This is very much your theory.
Yes, well, totally. I mean, nobody has excavated this site because, for a start, there's no historical evidence other than what I've discovered about Arthur that suggests that there's any reason to excavate it.
Right.
But from the Arthurian point of view, we've got a place called Riddy Gross, the Ford of the Cross, the River Camlad, the fact that it's near Viraconium, all really tie up when you put my theory together about who Arthur was and where he came from. But other people tend to believe that Arthur came from the southwest of England, Glastonbury, for example. So they've looked for somewhere called maybe the Ford of the Cross, Riddy Gross, in that area, and they've not found one. No one seems to have put two and two together and come across this. But then again, if you don't believe my theory in the first place about where Camelot was and who Arthur was, you probably wouldn't think of looking here.
Graham's research has also found evidence for where he believes the historical King Arthur was actually buried. It's just outside a sleepy Shropshire village called Basschurch.
Just here, and we'll have a look at that gate just over there, and you'll be able to get a very good view of it, I think, if the map is correct.
Okay.
So if we look across those fields, it should stand out pretty... Ah, there it is. There it is. You can see on the horizon there.
Yeah.
Rising up with the trees on it by those pylons. That there was basically a natural hillock which has had earthworks added to it, a series of embankments and so forth built round it. It's like defensive. But going back 1,500 years, the whole of this area was water. It was a lake. It's been drained over the years to create farmland.
So that would have been an island?
An island in the middle of a lake.
And you believe that to be the final resting place of King Arthur?
That place has got to have been the churches of Bassa mentioned in the poem. We know that that churches of Bassa place is where the kings of Powys, all of them, were buried. If Owain Llangwyn was Arthur, as I believe, then he was buried there. So that, if you like, is the final burial place of King Arthur, the historical Avalon.
But in the poem, it talks about the churches. There are no churches here.
The limited amount of archaeology that has been done on that mound has shown there was 2 or 3 wooden structures, early Christian churches dating from the post-Roman period. They tended to be built in groups of 2 or 3, each dedicated to a different saint. They would have been on that mound.
And if King Arthur is buried there, what would you expect to find?
The way that we know from various Roman accounts of how the Britons buried their dead was they buried them in oval-shaped pits in the ground, 6 feet deep, and they would bury them very often with their shield. So you'd got a single grave, somebody under the ground in an unmarked grave, you wouldn't have had a stone on top, buried probably on their side with their shield on their arm. Did last year a geophysics scan of the area, and archaeologists came up with this. That is for that area over there, which I've pointed out to you. That particular part of the hill that's on the left, the slope there, and it's about halfway down there. The reason I got them to do a geophysics scan in that area is because, according to the poem, that's where the first king is buried. And the first king, I believe, is the man who was Arthur. So, first question, is there anybody buried there? And what they discovered, here's a printout of the geophysics scan. It's like a Jackson Pollock painting to the rest of us. It doesn't mean anything. But what this means to the geophysicist, this is the area of ground. These are stones, different types of things under the ground. But it's this here that's really interesting. That denotes an oval-shaped pit about 6 foot deep, 6 foot across. And this large black oblong in the middle represents a large ferrous object, an iron, something iron. And
possibly a shield?
Absolutely. That's exactly what they suggested. I didn't say we're maybe looking for somebody with a shield. They said, we think there could be a burial there with somebody with a shield. We don't know how old it is, but it does fit in perfectly with the kind of burials of 1,500 years ago.
So this could be one of the greatest, most legendary kings of England, that black blob. That's the closest.
Precisely. Richard III, eat your heart out. That black blob is better.
I think, you know, the professional academics, the professional historians, they don't take kindly to amateurs, you know, particularly when it's a kind of treasure hunt scenario of, you know, trying to track down some legend. Because after all, they're the experts. They don't want the, you know, amateurs like Graham Phillips and Adrian Gilbert muscling in and proving them wrong. So I don't think there's like a conspiracy to conceal the truth about Arthur, but I certainly think there is a reluctance to allow people to sort of dig on the say-so of the non-professionals, shall we say.
I really like the work of what Graham Phillips has done in this area. He's gone to the original sort of source material, which points towards a historical figure, late 5th century, middle England, sort of Welsh border area, a military leader who has a title that is associated with Arthur the Bear, and he has even dwindled it down to a specific earth mound that sound scans would indicate is a chieftain with some kind of shield. So if anyone's going to pinpoint the historical King Arthur, I think Graham Phillips has a pretty good chance.
I'm certainly all for amateurs being able to further knowledge about certain historical characters and being accepted as doing that. And it's only really the passion of people who've committed their lives to studying these things that you ever move anything on. I mean, look at the Richard III excavations as a perfect example. If Arthur was high status, if he existed and he was high status, there will be a burial out there somewhere, and maybe somebody should dig.
I think there's a definite possibility that we could find Arthur and uncover where he might be buried. But the tricky part comes in where could we find the link to actually authenticate that it was Arthur? Will there be evidence buried with him that could authenticate that it's actually Arthur himself?
Who knows? They've found recently a burial site with a great king leader buried with his sword and his shield. There is a possibility that we may actually find, after all these years, the real King Arthur.
If, it's a big if they give him permission to dig, I think we may very well find the historical King Arthur after all this time.
So, could this burial mound behind me really be the final resting place of the man we know to be King Arthur? Well, until Graham gets permission to do his excavations, the fact is, we'll never really know. But his research has been thorough, and for my money, he makes a pretty compelling case. We'll see you next time.